Hey guys, happy Thursday. Hope you're having a good day so far. We're not playing Terraria, but I was just curious what came out in the 1.4.5 update, and it's not small. It's not a small update. I didn't know that apparently this update was like 1 point, or not 1.3 years in the making, or something like that, and delayed quite a few times, or at least once. Maybe I should jump back in. Maybe we do gotta play it. Not today though. Today, we're doing some design documentation. I want to start tackling some of the things from First Playable 2 that are needed from me. Primarily death conditions we need to go over, and maybe just a quick mock-up of some other things. I don't know how long some of this will take. Death conditions I don't think is going to take too long. Doing a basic mock-up of resources is honestly just... It's so easy, I don't even know if I need to do it. Or at least I'll just do it in the moment when we're implementing the resources. For sure though, custom depth stencil pass I could take a look at. And that we'll jump into engine for. But I'll start with death conditions, which I think I kind of covered already in saving and loading and checkpoints. It is related. It is related. And I don't even know what I specifically wanted to mention in that document. Proper handling of player death and game state reloading restoration. It kind of goes into, yeah, it kind of goes into saving and loading and like persistence. They're very, very closely linked. I felt it coming. I knew it was coming. Proper handling of player death. I feel like I could just include this in the document, or at least just... I don't even know how much I would have to write about this. I definitely won't include things that can kill the player. Or maybe I should just for the sake of it, even though it's kind of self-explanatory. Well, first rule of game design is never assume anything is self-explanatory. The things you think your entire team is going to be aligned on are the things that your entire team has completely different views on. It happens all the time. We'll do player death. Player death. I'm gonna move that right by save and load. What do we kind of want to cover here before I start getting deep into Markdown? We want... How can the player die? What we need to answer. What things are loaded or are saved. And loaded, we can just link to save and load article. It's answered there. No point repeating it. Because then we'd have two documents that need to get updated if we needed to update that. There's also like a weird tricky part too where I think the game could be abused. I'm not really against it. Because the moment we have checkpoints, we've introduced this abuse, right? Where let's say you're playing a game with checkpoints and you fall and you lose a lot of progress. Well, we don't save the game again when you fall because you're not at a checkpoint. So you could just theoretically quit and reload and you'd be back at the checkpoint that you were at previously. I'm not necessarily against this. Number one, it's not like I want to find a resolution to this to prevent the player from losing progress if they fall. It doesn't matter to me. You can turn checkpoints off if you want the hardcore experience. I mean, checkpoints will still be used for reloading the game anyway. You just won't be able to teleport between them. Actually, how are checkpoints gonna work? With that in mind. Oh, it is just checkpoint teleportation. No, wait. I mean, wouldn't just turning that off just make it like a hardcore run? Well, hardcore is one life. I guess with checkpoints off, it would kind of be similar to hardcore, but not really the same thing. Because you could still die, you would just respawn at the start of the game again. And at least all the things that you've turned on up to that point would have been... Or would they have been? That's a tricky one. That's a really tricky one because... Technically not. I guess the question would come if we can turn checkpoints off, if the player can turn checkpoints off, do we treat their death like a normal death? Which would be consistent, and consistency is very good. Extremely important. We could make like a save type. Like another game option for keep progression on death. So you would still have to climb, but certain things would get saved. Also be a persistent option available to the player to reload from the last saved checkpoint. This option only shows up if a player has checkpoints enabled and if a player is not playing with hardcore. The only wonky part of that is that like certain game stats would, and you know, metrics is what that would come down to, would be really wonky with that option turned on. But of course we could filter metrics from people using that stat and not using that stat, so we don't taint the pool with weird stats. I would think all of those things would save with that theoretical option. And I don't think it would break anything. I'm gonna add it. I'm gonna add it. Keep progression on death. Default state off. Maintains progression. Status of certain activities and resources if the player dies. And then we'll grab those specific things from here. This affects the following parts of the game, meaning that if this option is on, following will not get reloaded if the player dies. Oh, that's annoying. There we go. Solar flare status. Player inventory resources. Build restoration stations. Optional objective statuses. Any level specific persistent data. Upgrades abilities. Okay. I think that's good for casual players who like to make progress, and if they were to like fail after completing an optional objective, you know, they missed a jump, that would get them back on the path. They don't have to redo that again. And we can set up like a game mode that is meant for, you know, the casual play, right? I'm totally on board with that. The default state will be off, though. Dark side won't change anything. Speed running won't change anything. But you know what? Let's set up a version for that. It would probably end up with lower playtime overall. Shorter due to progression tweaks. What should we call it, though? We could just call it casual mode. I don't think there's any shame in that. Only for casual players who don't like as much loss of progression, but still want an authentic experience. Okay, hardcore off, randomized flares. That's fine to still turn on. You know what, I'll just copy the default and then I'll modify the default. Be safe. Auto skip cutscenes off, autoplay audio logs on, failure to repair. Failure to repair consequences, yes, because it is authentic, it is very core to it. Buildable stations, suit upgrades, emergency station airlocks. With emergency station airlocks already enabled, it doesn't mean that the elevator is available, right? Enabling this will not automatically turn on the emergency elevators. It just juts them out to their positions. Well, we can always change what the default for this mode is later. But I'll say for a casual mode, we're gonna say yes. Checkpoints on, checkpoint teleportation. We're gonna change that to allowable. We're just gonna change that to on. Spawn, no, keep progression on death, on. Oop, that's the wrong one. It'll be easier this way. Probably. Buildable, we don't. Or did I make buildable like blue? We'll double check that when I switch back. Yes, that's meant to be blue. This game mode turns off some of the harsher elements meant to be present in the default experience. It still provides an authentic experience that won't diminish fun for players looking for less harsh failure consequences. I think that's a good thing. I don't know if there's like the opposite version of that though, which is just, I guess, disabling emergency station airlocks in the emergency station elevator, turning off checkpoints, and turning on a hardcore mode would be pretty well. Although I think it with hardcore mode, no, because hardcore mode you'd have to beat it. You'd have to beat it in like one sitting. It could be nasty. That could be fun though, where we have like a game mode called One Sitting. And you just gotta do it all. But I do think there is some overlap between checkpoints being off and hardcore being on. Hey, Ogram. Thanks for the stream. It's the perfect co-working stream. Well, thank you, Ogram. I appreciate that. Then our random weird topics come up, or somebody in chat talks about politics, and then that becomes the next topic for an hour. You never know what a day is gonna be. Why did I feel like I needed to mention something with checkpoints? No, I did mention something. Wait, where did I put that? Oh no, it's the key progression on death. I think it's fine. Okay, what things are saved loaded? Game modes affecting death. Or game options, we should probably say. I don't know what else to say about death. Hey, Lepusnix. How you doing? I was almost gonna troll you and say it's thank you for joining the stream. It's very nice to meet you. Some of you people that have been around for like what, over a year now? Maybe 2? I don't even know. Okay, player death. I was almost late today because I was up pretty late last night playing Bannerlord, playing that Shokuho overhaul. It's so good, man. It's so good. I become a bloodthirsty warlord when I play this game. Giant ass feudal Japan overhaul for Bannerlord. Last night I seceded from my faction to start my own. I went to war with the previous faction because they're all a bunch of pussies who don't know how to fight or start wars and just like peacetime like idiots. So, you know, what I did to, you know, to punish them was I systematically hunted them down and executed them and took all of their settlements and towns. And my clan Hentai, will unite Japan. I'm doing okay though. I'm feeling better than yesterday. How can the player die? Sources of death. Oh! Clan of Culture, I see. I don't know what it is. It's just whenever I play the game, it's so much fun to execute people. Because, okay, so you have 2 lemonade stands, right? You have 2 lemonade stands. I'm going to draw the lemonade stands here. You have lemonade stand 1. Okay, and this is lemonade stand with have enemies. Okay, and this is what most people line up to, right? You have lots of people here. They're very happy little sheep with their have enemies. Then you have lemonade stand number 2. They also sell lemonade, but this lemonade is flavored with don't have enemies. And I seem to be here alone. Because I'm like, okay, I can keep my enemies alive and then have to deal with them and them escaping. Or, and you know, the benefit of having the enemies in this case, having them alive, is that you get to ransom them off. But what's the point in ransoming them off when I can execute them, steal their land, their women, and their settlements and have more money that way than if I had kept them alive, just to cause problems again. Is it unethical to kill children in video games? No, because it's a video game. Is it unethical to do anything in a video game? Things in Redlock that will cause a player death. Hitting 0% health. A lot of games won't let you kill children. That's likely for ESRB and PEGI ratings, if I had to guess, and just to avoid issues. I will bet you though that a lot of people, like let's say Skyrim is a good example of this. I will bet you that a lot of the developers don't care and probably find it funny with mods that let you kill children. But it's just more of a legal thing at that point. I mean, the game Skyrim was already rated M. Okay, I'm curious. What's the reason you can't kill children in vanilla Skyrim? I wonder if they've ever mentioned it before. If there's like some human rights thing, or I don't know, some legal bullshit, or if it was just literally a choice. Based on widespread developer insights and industry context, it is to avoid an adults-only rating. I did not know that it would push it up to an AO. So it is rating, but it wasn't related to rated M, but actually related to adult only. That's crazy. Australia and Germany ban or heavily censor games depicting harm to children. Yeah, those are two pretty large markets. PR and backlash, of course. I did not know that ESRB would push that to adult only. Kind of crazy. Google some 15-year-old kid's answer from Reddit. It could, yeah. It does say that. I at least like that it links it to me, you know, for me, right? Initial versions of ChatGPT would just say things and you'd be like, okay, where did you get this? Can you cite the source? And then it just makes up a source. Violence. It doesn't specifically mention violence against kids here. But these don't look very detailed, to be honest. And the violence doesn't specifically list children as being an issue here. You know what Tim Caney once talked about these? How there are different laws in different countries? Yeah, it does mention specifically here, like, Australia and Germany ban or heavily censor games. Citing this as a source. I don't even see it here. Yeah, the Nazi symbols is one that's pretty well known. Still unsure. Still unsure if that's what is true. Touching lava, magma. You don't like Tim Kaine? He's got a lot of cred. He's got a lot of street cred. And like 99.9% of the time, I think what he says is very accurate to the industry. Though for things where it's more like opinion based, I think he skews very heavily towards his RPG experience. And that's literally the only caveat that I would really have with Tim Kaine. And it makes sense, right? It's like you shouldn't trust me to talk about like sports games, right? Or like PvP games, because these are just not my forte, and I've never made one. It's all opinion based? No, I wouldn't say so. There's a lot that he talks about that's just industry knowledge that isn't opinion. Like if it's talking about game design, right? Game design is all subjective. You know, one thing that works well in game A will not work well in game B. So there's no consensus or true or false about game design. But when it comes to like, this is the way this industry works, or this is the reason why, one of the recent ones was why games are so large nowadays, being mostly about art. Like that, this is just a fact. This isn't an opinion thing. You think his personality would be such that I would not love to work with him? I think the opposite. His personality is exactly the kind of person that I would want to work with. We would have constant designer clashes. It would be amazing. Although we'd probably agree on a lot of core points. Not for me, we are all different. For me, because he mentioned once before, I don't remember which video it was, but he mentioned once before that he used to have these loud, argumentative discussions with, I think, like another... I don't know if it was a team leader, if it was the game director, and somebody who was new to the company came in and asked if everything was all right. And of course it was, because this is just the way that those two communicated. That would be me and Tim. Like, you know, it's just like deep passion for game design and arguing until somebody makes a good point. You're like, oh, yeah, you're right.
You can't spell Microraptor games without gay, and boy, let me tell you, you are gay.
Oh. I love men. Do we have any other hazards that would instantly kill the player? Not really. Our game is very simple from a design standpoint, which I'm very happy for. I'm so happy that I'm not designing some massive game that I don't have the time to design. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, if you said, hey, we need you to design Colton Chronicles, you know, yes, I'm there. But I don't have 100% of my time to design anymore. I don't. If I was on a full team, you know, with 30 people, sure, fine, great. But I don't. I have like 10% of my time to design. The rest of it is like some production stuff and then just implementing and dealing with technological problems. Hallucinogenic gases. Falling. Just to make clear, I mean, I don't state that they do, but it's better just to reiterate that they don't. Although it just seems weird to mention in the first place. Not a crime to be gay for Tim in here. Been around long enough to hear Joey talk about Tim. I do talk about Tim a lot. We have maybe 1 or 2 videos of Tim on our YouTube channel. We have 118 Tim Kane videos. I'm scared to even check how much time this adds up to. Of me and Tim. One-way chatting. Three days, 16 hours, 56 minutes. I did mention I would reach out to Tim and see if I can get him on the channel. And I keep forgetting to message him. I'm scared to message him, you know? One of those things where it's like, if I never ask, he never says no. At this point though, I think he would say no, mainly because he's now unretired and may not have the time anymore. Not because he wouldn't want to. I think he likes to talk about game design and stuff. We more clearly mention I wish I could link articles at a certain point, but I can't really do that without just copying in the article path. Kind of annoying. I can reference articles. I can't reference articles at specific points, which is really dumb. I remember trying it before. I can't link like that. I think, look, I mean, when it comes to certain things like game design, it's all objective, or it's all subjective, right? It's all opinion. There's no proper or improper game design. Before Goat Simulator came out, people would have said that it was improper game design to leave in bugs and issues that caused, you know, glitching, and, you know, people who like look at Elden Ring, we had Ubisoft designers look at it and say that this win against everything they were taught. It's like, yeah, because there are no rules to game design. Your goal is to make fun, and there are a million ways to make fun. But when it comes to like industry information and more objective aspects of game development, I don't think Tim is wrong in any memorable point. Some of his information is a little bit older, but it's not inaccurate. It just has some caveats that may not apply to our current time. Well, Dramox, I have the links to the articles here. It's just I can't link to a specific point in that article. I can't link to a heading, like you could do in like Google Docs, right? Or not Google Docs, in Word. I would do that all the time here. Or I could just link to a heading. Unfortunately. Tim lies in his deathbed, door opens. It's you get closer. Tears in your eyes, say I did it. I made the game for you after all those videos. Hands over the DVD. Tim holds the DVD. Takes a deep breath, smiling, and the room goes silent. If I could have made... I still want to make Cauldron Chronicles, but I want to do it right. I don't want to make it just for the sake of saying that I made it. I want to do it right. His track record doesn't hold to where his fans and him hold him? His track record? I think it does. I think it does. I don't think one person is responsible for the fate of every game, and while Outer Worlds may not have been as good as original Fallout, I think that there are quite a few reasons for that.
If you open up Cauldron Chronicles one more time, I'm gonna send Delta Force.
I don't think you should look at Tim like Todd Howard though. Todd Howard does not. I don't know the depth of Todd Howard's thoughts on game design. I can only tell you that, at least from my perspective, a lot of Todd Howard's games just become less and less RPGs. Yeah, and he is a software engineer. He's a really, really good programmer. But not finished Cauldron Chronicles? No. That game would take about 3 years to finish with a full team. I paid someone to do artwork since they reached out. I felt bad because I knew I can just whip up the same thing in a few seconds with AI for free. Depends what the artwork is. Document. I just feel like this entire document is kind of unnecessary, because we kind of cover it in saving and loading. We can always delete it if it does become unnecessary. Only did a finance, does it get good feedback? It did from publishers, yeah. But it's just, it's legitimately not a game that can be made without lots of money. It's not one of those games where I can just work on it for the next 20 years and somehow come out of it financially successful. It's like not gonna happen. Most indie devs should not be working on some game for like the next 20 years unless it is probably something on their own unique engine that can't be replicated easily. And those are usually like immersive sims, because immersive sims are not generally seen as profitable from a lot of publishers' standpoints. It is a niche genre. And why would I want to spend the next 1 or 2 decades of something working on a game just to have it be copied by China or whatever. Fuck that. If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it right, and I want to do it with people who know way more than I do about certain topics, like art, like animation, like combat design, level design. I want to do it correctly. What gameplay options do we actually have affecting this? "15 games in 5 years." I mean, I don't think that there's... I don't want to make lots of games in a short amount of time. I also don't want to make games that make lots of money just for the sake of making money. I want to make games that are meaningful to me and games that I'm passionate about, and I'll be happy with the money that they make. I don't have any desire to make a steal the brain rot game on UEFN or Roblox, even if it does mean that I'll walk away with millions of dollars. I have no passion for it. My goal in this industry is not money. It's not my motivator. If it was, I wouldn't be doing this. Making 15 games in 5 years, yeah, if the game is small in scope, you can do that. And some people really like doing that, but not for me. I like making games that are a bit larger in scope. Yeah, that sucks for indie development. It is what it is, but that's just what I'm passionate about. And if, you know, the promise of making a game like Golden Chronicles, an immersive sim set in a fantasy world of our own, where every little choice and micro-reactivity, you know, every little choice has micro-reactivity and actually matters to the story, is something important to me. But I want to do it right. I don't just want to release the game. I don't just want to get it out there in some shitty state and hope that people see the vision. I would rather build it correctly with people who are also passionate about what they do. No, I'm not saying that they're not passionate. It's just I don't have a desire to make small scope games. Releasing 15 games in 5 years sounds like a nightmare to me. I also don't have a desire to trend chase. Level Game made an offer for you to work $500K a year. Will you turn it down? Yeah. I don't want to work on a mobile game. Unless it was like a premium title. You know, like Monument Valley. You know, something like that. Something that could play on mobile, but wasn't considered the traditional mobile game. But yeah, I would turn it down. Actually, I could just look over here. What affects death specifically here? For sure, checkpoints. Probably just these three. And I have been offered jobs for mobile games and I have turned them down. Nothing that was close to 500K a year, of course, but ones that were very well paying. Very, very well paying. And would have been very easy. And whether he's a meme or not, you know, they're just people in this industry that follow their passion. And I think that they win the long game, even if they don't win the short game. I would like to win the long game. The moment I start making like steal the brain rot bullshit, or I start trend chasing, that's just going to become the entire thing. I have no desire for that. What's the plan for today? Some documentation, and probably looking into custom depth stencil passes for decals. Because we're going to have a lot of decals in our game, and we need to make sure that they are easily applicable only to the actors that we want them applicable to, and are easy to use and set up. Don't get me wrong though, I'm not trying to denigrate people who have worked on mobile games. Everybody has different. I have no desire to deal with stuff like that, so keep that in mind. You need custom step stencils for that? Don't you just need to receive decals, true, false? No. Because we would want certain things to receive decals, but not certain decals. Like, imagine like a decal of a number on the side of a wall. Well, we don't want the player to receive that decal, but if the player overlaps with the decals box, they receive that decal. So we can turn the player decals off, but what if we want the player to receive decals? By using a custom depth pass for that, then we can specify, well, this decal is meant for a certain depth pass that is ignored by the player, and the player's decals that they can receive are ignored by other things. So it's this way we have total control over what receives decals. Yeah. I applied to a little mobile game company in my country, Supercell. Got to the interview stage, but my expertise was not a fit to their technology stack. Years later, many of their employees were millionaires. I would love to become a millionaire. I would. But not at any cost. And certainly not by scamming people or, you know, abusing their addictions or something like that. Or targeting kids who aren't mentally mature. This is the harder path, but the better path for me, at least, you know, from like a moral standpoint and an ethical standpoint. Hardcore. Hardcore directly impacts death by limiting the save, or that save file, to a single one. When the player dies, it still pop up with final statistics, but then the only option is to go back to the main menu. We'll need to ensure that we save the game immediately on death to avoid abuse. Do I have concept art? No. Concept art requires money. We do not have money. Unfortunate reality. Turning on off checkpoints impacts death by deciding where the player reloaded at if the player is to die. With checkpoints off, the player always restarts from the game start location on death. Micro budget games. We don't need much. We don't need much. You know, that's why I want to go to early access, is because if we can just put our best foot forward and go to early access with whatever we can create, even a few $1,000s is enough to afford quite a few pieces of good quality concept art. That's it. We don't need much. It's just going to come down to how much we obtain and what we feel we can do with it. Do you duplicate stuff from this dock to Kanban? Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Right now I'm just not spending time making a Kanban board because we just have such a small team that it would be kind of annoying at this stage. I wish we had enough money to hire a producer and they can just deal with all that. But I do not have the time for that. I'd have to take more time off streaming. And on stream we generally get stuff done. We're focusing a lot on tech problems, building out stuff and writing documentation. Keep progression on death. Means that if the player were to die with this enabled, certain aspects of the game that would normally get reloaded will maintain their state. Essentially turning death into a simple teleport. How's money? It is stable. It is not very positive, not very negative. Not enough to do anything with, not enough to be scared about. Not even so. I mean, people can maintain focus with or without Kanban. I'm not saying that you should or shouldn't use it. And I would err on the side of caution and use it anyway. The same way that I would err on the side of caution if you're a solo developer and also still make documentation. But I am not solo. I am not solo. We have a couple other people working with us, but we're very closely within communication, and they do watch the stream too. So a lot of the time there isn't a need to go over specifics of what we're looking for. And anytime we do need to go over specifics or goals, we can kind of just do that with like a call. And our milestones are a bit softer. I don't mind if our first playable one milestone ends up taking a bit longer than we intended, or a bit shorter. It is what it is. I'd rather just make the game and focus on getting it to the quality that we can get to. I don't like Trello anymore. Like Trello, you have to pay money for. Kind of shit that way. We have Kanban boards here that we can use. And this is all free. And every single feature of U-Track is available for free. They do not lock any features behind a paywall. And I can even set up like full custom fields too for everything. Oops, don't look at that. I can set up full custom fields. Unlike Trello. This is basically Jira for people who know that they don't have to pay for Jira. Because Jira is great, except that they lock all their best features behind the paywall, and it's a very expensive paywall. And U-Track is full feature, every single feature. For solo, does it matter? It matters if you did need certain features. It's useful for us because I can hook this into Discord too. So when I add something or move something or assign something, it sends a notification to Discord. And again, that's all free too. That's part of the integrations workflows, call it. So you can do your own custom scripting for everything that you do here. It takes a little bit of time to set up, but it is literally all free. Whereas with like Trello, I think that they have a lot of good features. I mean, and it's not that expensive, but it is per user, which is kind of annoying if you want to like bring somebody on temporarily. I hate that. Admin and security features aren't even available till you pay $10 per user. Or observers. Or collections. Oh boy. And then I think Jira pricing is even worse. Jira is the industry standard, but it's kind of fucking annoying. Yep, that's $8 to $15 per user per month. Industry standard doesn't mean that they're the best. Jira is not bad, but it's expensive. But like U-Track has, you know, their version of Confluence in here, right? And I can make tasks based on these things. If I want, I can link tasks here, right? I can just copy this and I can create an issue with this. I can link articles here or in the boards. And it is fully featured. They lack no features behind the paywall. It's just if you reach a certain number of users, you have to start paying for it. But if you don't need the advanced features of something like Trello or Hack and Plan, if people are still using Hack and Plan, although I think that they also put some of their best features behind pricing too. Data customization, categories, Kanban columns, importance levels, €7 per month. Advanced filters and calendar stuff. And again, all that's just available here. I can, if I want something new or if I want to change what my my swim lanes or columns are, I can just change it here. We need a new field for, I don't know, for bug reports. For some reason, I can just add them to, I can just add a custom field. Yeah, Dremel's made an entire feedback system, and it's really well made in U-Track for free, and it hooks into like Discord and everything too. Which hopefully he'll let us use when we start getting this game out to people. Because it looks pretty awesome. Do you have an example of a Dremlux? Do you still have that demo set up? Maybe you can share it. We need to show for U-Track more. I was a grumbly bumbly when Kotzberg told me that we should switch to this. But then I switched to it and I will never ever ever go back to any other management system. Mainly because I don't have to pay for this one, especially to get all the features. I don't like this document, but it serves its purpose. It just feels like there's not enough to say about death to have a document, but also there's kind of enough to say that we should write something. Weird. RLA 33. I mean, I shouldn't pretend that these documents are set in stone anyway. We could always come back to them. And for right now, I'm kind of just using this article as a as our board of what we need to do. Less work. It is still working, I think. Yes. So this is, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is linking to, it's like a wrapper to link into the U-Track, to a U-Track issue, right? It grabs info from the your U-Track tickets. Okay. And then you can also see the Kanban board. Does the U-Track page need to be available to the public in order for this to generate? Or can that be left private while you specify what gets shoved into the front end here? So you can keep it private, and then could you like filter and like mark certain things as staying private just to be safe? You know, let's imagine that you're like working on like some competitive PvP and there's a bug to fix some exploit that you found but that you don't want players to know exists until you fix it. Okay, he uses tags. Oh, that's really cool. I like that a lot. And I do like too that it keeps people anonymous too, so that like developers don't get doxxed or something by having this. How do the polls work though? Are the polls only working on this side, or are polls integrated with U-Track? Or are the polls like separate and then you can use that to just make something? You hacked it in from tickets, so basically like people are voting on like a ticket that's there, like an issue. Find which tickets make it into a poll and people vote. I like it a lot. Yeah, this is really cool. So if you're still open to it, I would love to use it with Redlock. You can stress test it with our game. I have 2 tickets, like should we add X or add Y, and people can vote. Could you like, can you link that to like a separate board if you wanted? So you could have like a board with your current polls, and that wouldn't clutter up then your like your main Kanban board for actual milestones or sprints. Open to it, though I haven't figured out how to like not have it work with only my website. I mean, I do have a website. I mean, could it be hooked into like that domain? Things are worse off custom fields so you can just mark whatever you want. Oh, okay. And of course, once we're in early access too, we can actually start paying for it. That way you're not left with anything. What I need to figure out, it's just built in my website where I can add games or projects dynamically. Okay. Okay, I mean, there's no rush. There's no rush. If it needs to be hooked into a domain though, that's totally doable. Or like, you know, running locally on like some server or something. We can do that too. I can just get like another Raspberry Pi or something. Quick support is a page where I had other friends' projects. Oh. There used to be. Works off Verso. You would have to tell me how to get everything set up. But there's no rush because we wouldn't go live until much later anyway. Beta ended. Well, that sounds like a very beta move. This is really cool. I don't know why, but for some reason it just kind of makes me think of Weird Gloop and their wikis. And if you guys know any of the games that Weird Gloop does wikis for, you would know that they do really, really good wikis for games. Especially the old school RuneScape and RuneScape wikis, I think are probably some of the best wikis for any game ever made. You can set up U-Track on your own server? Yes. I think though, if you want to run U-Track not in the cloud, I think that's where you do have to pay for it. Don't quote me on that though. Oh no, never mind. Never mind. You can get the server version installed on your server, 10 users for free. Never mind. You're right, Drumlux. Cloud version is still free. Or billing. Yeah, 1 to 10 is free, but it's literally every feature. So there's no features behind the pay version, but once you get to 11 or more users, then you have to pay the price. And they have a proper calculation here, like per month or per year. But it's still cheaper per user, and it gets cheaper as you scale up to more people too. Way cheaper than Jira. I think they'll ban you if you put that in your Trello board processor chaos. Check out the competition. It's like when you tell your cable company that you're looking to switch to a different cable or internet company. There's if you guys are like doing something with enterprise, 25% off when migrating from another tool, 50% off for startup companies, 50% off for nonprofit, free for open source projects. Free for classroom licenses for educational institutions, and 50% off for university or educational organizations. That's pretty cool. Free for open source. That's really awesome. I didn't know they had that. Okay, what else do we have that's done? Hazards. Hazards are written up, but they're not implemented. And not started yet. Hey, Chisel, thanks for the resub.
Ciślagredio just subscribed, Bobs.
Bobs? Oh, I love Bobs and Vegan. Thanks for the resub, man. Hope you're doing well. How's Italy? Cold. Is it cold in Italy right now? Yeah, but you're an Italian. What do you define as cold? Okay, it is a bit colder, actually. Get out of here. Why is this here? Yeah, to be fair, it is pretty cold. We're sitting here around freezing. 0 degrees in Milan. I love Mulan. That's my favorite movie. Actually, that is one of my favorite Disney movies, is Mulan. That is different from Milan. One day I'll get up to like Italy and just live like a drunk carbonara eating bastard for like 2 weeks. -3 and I think it's warm. Well, if you want warm, you could always go to like the Middle East or something. Or Africa. Jesus Christ, 38. Can you imagine? With my white skin? Hell no, I can't imagine. Literally cooked. Mulan would be woke in 20... Didn't they make a live action Mulan? They did make a live action Mulan. Didn't they film it like near one of the work camps? For the... What are they called? The Uyghurs? Migrated to Poland recently? Not recently. It was like 8 years ago. Can you elaborate on how was the process? Looking to leave the country in a year or so, and Poland is one of the possible targets due to its size of the industry. I'm just curious about your experiences. I can definitely recommend Poland for a few reasons. It is very safe. It is pretty decently priced. There is it is relatively monocultural. So if you are looking for like Judeo-Christian values and people who have no nonsense and no leeway for certain behavior that might undermine that, that is a benefit of living in Poland. It's very, very safe. You can walk around at night. You're not going to get harassed. You're not going to get mugged. You're not going to get stabbed or anything. The tech industry is strong. Pretty much anybody under the age of 30 knows English pretty damn fluently. It's nice. The process, though, is a bit tough. If you want to, you'd have to get you'd have to have some reason to have residency here. And you either have residency on the basis of work, you have residency on the basis of doing business, you can have residency on the basis of like marriage. I think residency on the basis of work would be the most recommended. Like you can start up like a business here. You don't have to be a resident or a citizen to start a business here. I think that you can apply for residency on the basis of that. And it might be a little bit harder to do it on the basis of a business that you would have back in like the States. I don't know where you are. But it is good here. Sounds like no blacks and gays. Certain parts of Poland will definitely be more antagonistic. Although I should say it's mostly in like the form of protest, or you might get some bad things said about you. But it would probably not escalate to the point of physical contact, but that's mostly the like eastern, northeastern-ish Poland. If you go to a big city, and I'm just trying to be honest here, but if you go to like a big city, like Kraków or Warsaw, you can be black or gay, it doesn't matter. Like nobody's gonna give it. It's very liberal, much like the U.S. city. But you live in Budapest. You're an EU resident? Okay, so yeah, no issues there at all. Do you think not speaking the language makes it harder to integrate? Harder, yes. Impossible, no. It depends where you move. It really depends. If you move to Kraków or Warsaw, no problem. It's English is just a second language at that point to people who live there, especially in Kraków because of the tourists that go there. Does solo dev count as a business? It can, yes, but you would have to have a legal business entity. So if you live in like the US, you can open up a single member LLC. That's actually what Microraptor Games is. And in Poland, there's also something like that. You can open up. I forget what they call it though. Childhood friend married a Polish girl. I was there for their wedding near Kraków. Lots of vodka, lots. Yep. It's not a Polish wedding without that. I have no idea what custom depth stencil passes are. I just believe that's what we need. We're gonna jump into that. See how that works. Warsaw, Kraków. Appreciate the honest feedback. I can only say, you know, if you look at like is this the one that shows you? At the very least, this gives you a good idea of what you can experience. I think higher numbers, purchasing power, safety, higher numbers is better. Healthcare, higher numbers is better. Climate, unsure if higher or lower is better. Cost of living, I believe lower is better. Property price to income, lower is better. Traffic commute, lower is better. Pollution, lower is better. A lot of coal burning in Kraków. Very annoying. Not bad most days, but there are some days where they warn you to like wear a mask or just not go outside too much. But it's not like India or something. Only 3 companies in Hungary. Yeah. There's a lot more in Kraków. There's a lot of them. Kraków is really expensive to live, though, I will say. It is very expensive to live. That's one of the reasons I moved out of there. And now I'm living in Katowice. Although this is like coal burning land here in Silesia. I think you can check on Windy too. I think there's actually a pollution layer, if I'm not wrong. Am I missing it? Air quality. So you can see here. I don't know what that's based on though. NO2 PM 2.5. Kind of bad all across the mainland. Yeah, it's like there's like different types of particulates or something. But they're a little bit they're a little bit specific about it. Like if you're in like the US, it's really kind of the same. You know, it depends on region, but it's largely very similar. It's just like the EU is a bit more careful about it, let's say, or a bit more open about talking about air quality, which is probably a good thing. But yeah, safety is pretty damn great here in Poland. And most of it would be like petty crime. It wouldn't be like you're about to get stabbed or something. Prague is nice too. Heard good things about living in Prague. Czechia is a nice country. Okay, timed platform. Did we want to push the timed platform to main? I think we could push that to main. And then I'll just work on main just to test out this custom depth stencil path. If any of you guys know about doing this stuff, you guys can help me. Like, feel free, because anything related to art is just a big black box. Air quality index here is 25. I know in there's a couple places in Kraków that have it like on like a sign of the day's current air quality. You can tell somebody to touch grass is an insult if you have bad air. Don't touch grass, touch ass. Well, this is pretty detailed. This is from 2024. Warsaw have central heating? It depends on the building. Places that I've lived, there are some caveats. Like if you're used to having like a washer and dryer machine, it's still pretty new in Poland to have dryers. So a lot of people still dry their clothes on like a rack, which is kind of annoying. But now it's becoming more standard to have washer dryer combos, though they're not as efficient as individual washer and dryer machines. And the same kind of goes with like central heating and cooling. Newer places have it, or like homes have it, but older apartment buildings will still be working on radiators. So with most of the EU covered in some kind of overcast, because they're too north, that's it. It is pretty overcast in winter. Poland has pretty mild winters. We can just fuck around in this level for a bit. I don't see the player. Where's the player? Oh, because this is not the beautiful corner world. Okay, we'll just mess around in here then. Okay, Unreal Engine 4 introduced a new depth buffer along with its PBR rendering system. It's called Custom Depth and can be used for effects like the selection outline that is built in the editor, rendering of occluded meshes, or custom culling of transparency. Okay. Does it for sure like avoid post-processing? Because we wouldn't want it to avoid post-processing. But it looks like you can have multiple stencil values. Filter all except stencil 1. Custom depth. Can enable custom depth for both static and skeletal meshes under the rendering category named Render Custom Depth in the Details panel. In the Materials detail panel? No, in the Static Meshes detail panel. But what about a decal? Decal booleans, decal masking. Radiators can also be central heating. I think you're confused with the definition. Probably am. There are no vents. There aren't vents. Not in the place where I live. No vents. Put it that way. Wait, what is he trying to accomplish here?
And essentially we're just going to put my face. I can just drag a decal into this thing. Now, for some reason, my foliage isn't receiving decals. I'm just going to change that for the sake of the video real quick.
Okay, so he's wanting to do what we want to do, which is he wants them to receive decals, but not this decal.
Blah, receive decals. There we go. We have a decal, and maybe for some funny reason, we want it to be this big.
Yeah.
Right? We want it to cover this amount of space. However, I don't want it on this cube.
Okay.
For whatever reason. This cube, I just really don't want this decal on this cube, or this type of decal on this cube.
Yeah, that's exactly what we want to accomplish, because it's not like we can tell this cube to not receive decals, but then it won't receive any decals, like a blood spatter. We just don't want it to receive this decal.
Maybe this is like a character that I don't want to receive, you know, the kind of ground cracking effects and stuff. You know, you don't want it to like show up on their shoes because maybe you needed the decal bounds to be big enough to account for the curvature of the landscape.
If her decals are expensive to run, am I misinformed? I don't know. Are they? Are decals expensive? Decals themselves are decently, I mean, we have to trust that what this person is saying is true. Decals themselves are decently optimized, but like all materials, what matters most is their complexity. Simple bullet holes. You can likely have many decals utilizing depth or with complex shader operations. Likely only a few before you experience significant performance hit. Significant? I doubt that. Recently did some work with decals. I found that I lost about 1 FPS for every 200 decals being rendered. In my case, however, I was using the UDecal component and not creating individual decal actors, which allowed me to save the overhead of managing an actor. Not a whole lot, but can add up, yeah. Decals are automatically culled from the render pass based on the screen space they occupy. So if you have a very small decal, you would need to be quite close for it to be rendered. How's the computer? Decals are just actors and materials that at one draw call minimum. The rest is up to you. Who the fuck renders 200 decals at the same time, though? Are there not better options? Yeah, 200 decals at one time is pretty crazy. But even then, rendering 200 decals would not really be any different than rendering 200 static meshes and losing some FPS with that, so. Well, having 200 in a scene is not unheard of, but having 200 rendered at the same time is kind of crazy. Oh, and packed level actors would be a pretty smart option to do it, because then they would be instances. But no, not as decal. Well, we'll see. See, I do want to have decals, but we wouldn't be rendering that many.
You want to just exclude it from this thing. Now, that isn't to say that we don't want any decals to be on this cube. So for example, maybe we want blood splatters to still appear on this cube or this character.
He's listening to old school RuneScape music in the background. It's based.
But just not this guy
I just realized it.
right here. So, how do we go about doing this? Well, in our decal mask example,
yeah,
we can actually access, this is a little known fact, we can actually access some of the scene textures. Where the hell are they? Scene texture.
Scene texture.
So these are like post-process buffers, usually. But we can actually access some of them in the decals. So if I just plug this in, it should give me an error. And it says, decals can only access scene depth, custom stencil, and world normal. Now this should...
Scene texture. Oh, is it like... Would that be like sampling whatever we're on? So you could have like a decal that is... Well, wouldn't that just be the same as the opacity? Or would that be sampling the thing that you're placing it on, so then you could use the data of where that decal is in order to maybe like turn off a certain color, right? Is that what is that what that's doing?
I'll give you a little clue onto what the heck we're going to be doing with this node. So the first type of masking we're going to look at is custom depth stencil masking. This is probably the most selective of them. Now let's grab our scene depth and our custom depth. Custom depth. We could get our custom stencil. There is one just called stencil mask compare.
Oh.
If you do want to know what it's doing under the hood, it's pretty much just saying if A is equal to B, then return 1, which is yes. And if not, return 0, which is no, we don't want to show this. So if we go back to here, we just say ID stencil mask number 3, for example. And then we're just going to multiply our opacity by that value. So anywhere that it isn't stencil mask 3, we are going to get a completely see-through decal. So now if we look, again, none of these have been assigned to the custom depth pass. Maybe I just want these two. So let's go render custom depth pass, custom depth pass. And then, you know,
you can take
stencil
three,
value
right?
1, nothing, number 2, nothing, number 3, bam. We're getting...
Oh, that's pretty easy.
The decals.
That's pretty nice.
So this is saying render the decals only if they are stencil number 3. In the initial pitch, we were saying we want it on
that's actually pretty easy,
including the foliage. Now, foliage is just especially fucky. We want it on everything except this guy. So in that case, we would actually want to set these guys custom depth to be disabled. And especially if you're dealing with things like, you know, landscape grass types, like the auto landscape grass, where you can't draw it to the custom depth.
Yeah.
You want to use an exclusion mask instead. So we could say custom depth stencil number 3, 1 minus the mask, and put that into here. So this will draw it everywhere, including on our foliage and everything that is receiving decals in the first place. But on this one, if we set it to be custom depth stencil 3, it won't receive the decal. So you could exclude, you know, channel number 3 from your character mesh by drawing it to the custom depth pass, and then it would be excluded from...
So it would be smart in that, you know, in this case, to have like just like a quick document of different stencil types, right? Or maybe there's a way that you could... Well, yeah, because you could just take that ID and you could promote it to a variable, so you could even change it during runtime if you wanted, or handle it on like material instances to have a parameter. But it really seems to be It is more exclusionary. Wake up, you're not learning C++ worth it? Or is not learning C++ worth it when you have to do this advanced MIT Scratch instead? Advanced MIT Scratch? What are you doing? Not learning C++ worth it? I wouldn't, I mean, is not learning C++ worth it? Do you mean like doing this? Like doing the blueprints? I wouldn't say it's worth it, but I definitely don't think that you need to learn. You should know coding to learn C++. Or to know blueprints. Sorry, I'm distracted by almonds. You should know coding basics to know how to blueprint effectively. You will be able to make more in C++ than you can with blueprints. But you can absolutely make very successful, perfectly fine running games with blueprints. It just depends what your use cases are. Like MIT Scratch. When did MIT Scratch come out? How old is that? Oh, it's like simple visual coding. It's pretty old, isn't it? 2003, Jesus.
Those particular decals, but you could draw other decals to your character that didn't have this little bit of logic in the decal material.
By the way, if you know C++, you can make blueprint nodes. And when you're working in like a larger team for Unreal Engine games, you really don't want to do everything in C++ or everything in blueprints. You want to carefully manage both for your team so that your designers and your artists can use bespoke blueprints that the coding team has made in order to prototype faster or to make things that would be nominally faster with C++.
One thing you might notice about doing any kind of masking like this is that it doesn't give a frick about depth. So you can see that this stencil value is just going straight through this guy here. It's excluding the decal being rendered on this mesh. And this is because the stencil pass doesn't have depth. It's just draw.
Wait.
One thing you might notice about doing any kind of masking like this is that it doesn't give a frick about depth. So you can see that this stencil value is just going straight through this guy here. It's excluding
we don't want that.
The decal being rendered on this mesh. And this is because the stencil pass doesn't have depth. It's just drawing, grayscale values that can then be masked out. So what we need to do in this case is use the scene depth and the custom depth. In this little setup here, we are subtracting the scene depth from the custom depth with just a little offset. This is just like a little safety offset so there's no Z fighting.
Okay.
And then this is just saying, is the custom depth in front of or behind the scene depth? So for example, we want to exclude this decal, but only in the places that are behind the scene depth, with a little bit of safety so that if the custom depth is the scene depth, we have, 5 units of grace towards the camera. So in this case, we would get this here, and we would, after our stencil mask compare, we would multiply it by that. And then this 1 minus is pretty much just saying, is it an exclusion or is it an inclusion? But if we do...
I thought it was saturate 1 minus X even mean. I can't answer that because I'm not an artist and I don't know what the fuck any of this is doing. I have the barest knowledge of like scene and depth passes and stuff like that, so if it does what I want it to do, I'm gonna trust and I'm gonna I use this method.
this little part here, then it
Also
won't care.
activate
so
your
if
Windows.
we do that, we hit save, you can see that, yes, we're excluding it from this guy, but we don't get it bleeding through like it was just previously. And if we go and just flip this, so we're not 1-minusing it, then it will only appear on this guy, but it isn't going to appear through the other things. So for example, if I wasn't doing this, then this would bleed through this guy.
Oh, it's basically like a clamp and then an inversion. Yeah, see, like if you say like saturate, great. Or if you say like clamping, that's great. I understand the clamp. I don't understand when you say saturate. Like the same terms, but the artist versus the programming thing. What's up, True Timer?
Now, with our stencil masking method, the best approach is to use exclusion masks rather than inclusion masks, depending on the application. So for example, if you just wanted to exclude characters from something, it would be better to use exclusion. However, if you wanted to include it only on, one thing, then it would be better to use an inclusion mask. The reason for that is that drawing things to the custom depth pass takes extra performance because it has to do another depth pass.
I see.
And the stencil value and all that kind of stuff. So the less things the custom depth pass has to actually, do a draw call for, get the location, do the blah. So just keep that in mind. And also keep in mind that it's really hard to access custom depth for some things. So for example, like foliage. Foliage can draw to custom depth. Like that, we can exclude these from it. Look, that's pretty overkill. That means we're rendering all of our foliage to the custom depth pass. So we're doing 2 depth passes for all of the foliage. Now, just to prove that this works, with multiple
I believe you can
thingers,
still
let's
write
just duplicate
HLSL with Unreal.
this.
Like that's what it is
Except
behind
this
the scenes. If
one will make like red. This will be the
correct.
evil face. And then I'll chuck this into the world, and it's red. But let's give it a different stencil variable. Maybe this one can be an exclusion for things that are stencil mask too. So this red one, drawing everywhere, including on the one that is including this decal. So this decal here, no matter how big it is only going to get drawn on this guy. But this one is going to draw everywhere except on this guy. Stencil number 2. There we go. So that is stencil masking. One little thing you might notice is a tiny bit of fringing around the edges. Again, that's just something kind of unavoidable because of stencil masks and how they work. And you'll also notice, because we're doing that little 5 units of grace, there is a slight...
Wouldn't it be possible to like blur the edges a little bit, or is it, I guess maybe it's done at the end or something? I wouldn't know.
...bleed of the exclusion/inclusion masks. So you can see here, there's a tiny bit of bleeding there. You could reduce that value, but the more you reduce it, the more you'll find flickering and some kind of weird artifacting when you're on like steep angles. Just toy around with it, you'll figure it out. Now, one thing that we could expand upon is you could use stencil mask ranges. So you could like get really freaking fancy and say that anything between 3 and 135 exclude this material. Obviously, you'd need to keep track of which things are in which.
Oh yeah, that would be weird. I think it more just like you would choose certain use cases of where you would want, like the character occupies one ID. Is there like a hero, or like all characters would, but then you would have like, you know, background items or different things for like walls or like particles. I definitely don't know if I would use a range, but probably wouldn't need something that complex. What's pretty funny too is you can also, you know, you mentioned custom nodes for writing like raw shader script in the material editor. You can also do the same thing with blueprints too, with magic nodes. Which allow you to write C++ directly within a blueprint node. So if you are, you know, if you just like to prototype with blueprints or something, but you still, there isn't a blueprint for some custom thing you're trying to do, you can just marry the two ideas. Or you can, you know, write this up for, you know, to nativize later into a custom node, and you don't have to switch between that, make the node, and then come back. And this is an option. This is also an option, and this is free.
Stencil mask, but the way you would do that is with this tiny little bit of math here, we can get our max value.
Mention don't act like blueprint nativization. I don't know. I don't know. I doubt it, but I don't know. I would imagine that there is still that wrapper on top of it, so I have no clue. I have no clue. That's a good question, though.
Min value. This is inclusive max and min. That's why we've got this little add one there. But
I feel like, you know, I feel like those magic nodes could be a good way to start moving into C++ from blueprints too, because of course some things in blueprints are slower, some things are negligibly as, you know, different, but it could be a good way to dive into that without having to worry about the overhead of just loading up an actual editor and fucking around with that.
We calculate the range of our stencil value, so between 5 and 2, the range is 3. Then we subtract the minimum value from the stencil and divide it by the range, and then floor it. So that means everything within our range is now 0, and the things either side of it are, you know, -1, -2, whatever, and above it are just some values above 1. So then we absolute so that all of those -1 values become +1, but all of our nice 0 values, which are what we want, remain at 0. Then we're just going to saturate and 1 minus it. And so, again, values 5 and 2. So let's go to this guy here. Set our stencil value to be 0. You know, it's 0, cool. Set it to 1, nothing happens. Set it to 2, we get our decal back in. Then, if we set it to number 3, it's also in there. Number 4, it's in there. Number 5, it's in there. Number 6, it's excluded. So we now have a decal stencil mask range. So anything within that range will now receive this decal. Now you can also see that, you know, this one here, Evil Charles, remember that he gets filtered out on value 2. So if we go to this cube and we want this cube to have this guy, but not to have this guy, we could use value 2, because 2 includes good Charles, but excludes evil Charles. But if we wanted...
I don't know if the range would be the right thing to do, but it is an option. It is an option. The range seems a little overly complex for most use cases.
To have both, we could use 3. And so you can have all these like real fucked up overlapping combinations. You might need to grow like an extra brain cell or 2. This is way above my head. Anyway, you could do
it's
ranges. such as
it is an
this
option.
if you could organize all of it. When you're doing decals, right? Let's say like I'm doing this decal and it's like I want to like splat it on a wall. Let's make
yeah,
a
but it's
wall.
smearing down.
Let's make it
the-
really
Oh,
thin.
shit.
Real thin boy. So I want to graffiti my face on this wall, but you can see it bleeds through to the other side.
Yeah.
And that isn't ideal.
No. it's
So what
not.
we can do is let's just look at our decals space by going into like object transform mode. So you can see that our decal projects in the x-axis.
Yeah.
So if we go into our decal, and we're also doing all of these, exclusion, custom depth bullshit. So we're just going to keep that over here. We have the original textures alpha going into here. We can do one more masking type, which is world normal masking. So let's grab scene texture
Oh, that's nice.
world normal. And let's get -x 0, 0. And we're going to transform from local to world space. Then we're going to use a dot product. And we're going to dot world normal against our decals orientation in world space. And then
Figured our allowable
you can mess
angles.
around with like the offset and hardness of this, but
Yeah.
I just can't be fucked. And so basically, if these two angles are the same value or close to the same value, then it's going to return 1. And if they are at 90 degrees to each other, it will be 0. And if it's the opposite of each other, it'll be -1. For the sake of this, we might want to just maybe multiply this guy by like 2 before we saturate it, which is just going to make it so that where the dot product, would normally be 0.5, it's going to be 1 anyway. So now let's just multiply our opacity by this mask, and we should see that everything's good. We still have our face on the wall. However, if we look behind the wall, it's gone. It's
On the
disappeared.
top of the wall.
So you can see if I've got this right here. Okay, why does it just like clip out like that? Local space to world space. Oh shit. One thing that we'll need to do is normalize this vector before we dot it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Quite important. Because we're not dealing with positions, we're dealing with... There we go.
It's really funny when you're like doing when you're doing the tutorial and like a bug happens, because you're like trying to teach people, but then it's like, uh-oh, something I didn't expect has happened.
Dealing with vectors, like directional vectors. So now you can see as I turn this away from the wall, it will fade out. So if it's at 45 degrees, it will be only like 0.5 opacity. As I get to perpendicular with the wall, it will fade out to 0. These would all be negative values around here, and then we'll start fading it back in over here.
Yeah, it's a good way to
And
like
then,
avoid some.
As we're dead on with the wall, we have Megamind once again, but nothing on the back.
Stuff.
Again, it's really handy for when you're doing things such as putting huge effects onto your landscape, but you don't want it to appear on like buildings that are, jutting up at like, right angles, 90 degrees from the landscape. So there you go. Another handy little method. I thought we could do pixel normal like filtering, but it would seem that the decal pass gets done before the pixel normals have been computed. So this must just be the vertex normals. There you go. We can mask decals using...
Of course, that's what I was gonna say. No, that's really cool. That I think we could utilize a lot of those different things. I might just skip the ranges. That would be the only one thing that I think is not going to be on the bingo card. I think it's overly complex. It could still be implemented, but it might just be better to ignore that. And then shove 2 parameters, certain parts of this. I imagine Rux would probably want to create a a master material for like decals and such, where we can then just adjust this for each instance. But especially being able to not have to like make it so thin, because it's really weird how decals work, where they just apply in such weird ways, and sometimes you do have to make them a bit larger than you would expect, or clipping with other meshes, and just being able to very easily force that onto a single depth pass ID would be great. Yeah, I think that's great. Another thing to keep in mind with custom depth is that enabling it deactivates occlusion culling completely for that object. It will always be rendered if you look in its general direction, no matter if it's visible or not. Only activate it during runtime when it's needed and deactivate it again when that's no longer the case. That's a very important note with this. It's a very important note. It appears that everything needs custom depth path on for the masking to work, otherwise the necessary data to include or exclude is missing. If you have inclusion on the ground terrain and custom depth pass off on the character, it doesn't matter since the ground is just being read through the character and the decal is rendered on anyway. The character needs to be included in the custom depth pass so that its stencil ID can be read and then added to the mask. Interesting. Just run into this issue with decals in my project overlapping on characters' feet, but after trying to add the exclusion mask to my decal material on custom depth pass to my character mesh as shown in the video, it's still frustratingly applying to the character mesh. Interesting. You know, somebody just says set the flag, but you don't want it to not receive any decals. Yeah. There aren't a lot of cases where I would want to exclude all decals and not others. Things that write into custom depth cannot be occlusion culled. Yeah, that's a bit dangerous. We'd have to think about that, because obviously it's much easier just to throw a decal down, but we don't want everything writing to custom depth. We definitely wouldn't want that. That worries me. That specifically worries me. But he mentioned that you need that on. We need that on for everything, right? On every static mesh that should have that turned on, we would have to have depth pass enabled for that mesh, and then the stencil value written into it. That really worries me. Give me a sec to go to the bathroom, and we'll think about that. I just saw that like DDR4 prices are skyrocketing too. I actually have 32 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM that I'm not using. Should I just sell it? What is the price of DDR4 32 gigabytes? Jesus Christ, dude. It's like 250 bucks for that? That's crazy. That's wild. Well, this is an issue. This is an issue. This would solve the problem. Except that it deactivates occlusion culling. I wonder if that's still true with nanite. Well, I don't necessarily. I do need to test it, but what I know that I wouldn't need to test is if it disables occlusion culling completely for that object. That's a big problem. That's a big problem. Because then it just means that we are rendering that object at all times, and especially if that's now, if that negatively impacts nanite meshes, we do have a big problem with that. Because the entire point of nanite is to have the automatic LODs with cluster-based culling. Let's bring something in. Bring something in that I can use here. I need to sign in. Okay, give me one sec. That is not my password. Do I remember my password? That's why I use Proton Pass to store and manage my passwords. Oh god, okay, it is a password that I am using my manager for. Give me like 5,000 hours because I need to type this in without copying it from my phone. I generate very secure passwords. Unfortunately, what that also means is that when I'm on my work computer and I have my password manager off, six-digit security code. Okay. I don't see it. I see it now. Okay, I got it. I don't use, well, any password manager is going to be the same. I don't have Proton Pass installed on my work computer for very obvious security reasons. Otherwise, I could just click that and log in. But any password manager would have that same problem. Which it means if it's not installed, you can't use it. That's the problem. There we go. We're gonna get the nanite version of that mesh in. Add. Did it do it? Oh, it did do it. Holy shit, it's huge. Oh my god. It's a little bit too big. Does it for sure have nanite enabled? Yes, it does. Ooh, it clusters really well too. Although I think there's probably going to be some overdraw in some of this upper part here. Not too much of it, actually. Not too much of it. Not bad. It's a very, very optimized mesh for nanite. Use pattern formula for my passwords? Oh, you can do that with Proton Pass too. Like, I use a unique password for everything. I don't have Proton Pass installed on my work computer because God forbid I try to copy something and, you know, paste it in for ease, or I click on something and, you know, it's too risky. It's too risky on my work computer, so I'd rather just read it from my phone on the Proton Pass app and type in manually. At home though, I have it, you know, installed normally and it's fucking awesome. It's also great on the phone too, because you can do the fill on phone. Yeah, it's just due to streaming. Better safe than sorry. Holy triangles. We got a lot of triangles here. How many triangles is this mesh? 1 million. A good solid 1 million triangles. No more, no less. Exactly 1 million, if you could believe it. Procedurally generated? No. You can see the overdraw occurring up here though, where it's drawing some of the clusters from this mesh. So we can see the choline happening in real time with this. So if this for sure, if putting a decal on this one for sure, and using a custom depth stencil pass prevents it from getting cluster cold, we have a problem. If it still does the cluster based culling, or at least it looks like it does, then we should be okay. But we will only know. We might not even need to put a decal on it. We could probably just tell it to use that custom pass. I was gonna see if there's anything else that might affect it. Hold out. Use as an occluder. Render custom depth pass. I mean, it seems to be cluster culling the way that you normally would. Otherwise, this whole thing would be, you know, a lighter purple because it would be rendering the entire mesh there. Let me double check the project settings. Custom depth stencil pass is enabled. Deactivates occlusion culling completely for that object. UE5 custom depth nanite. Somebody from 2022 says they noticed when nanite is enabled on a static mesh, using render custom depth will no longer work on that mesh. Okay, we didn't check it with the decal, so. Looks like scene texture expressions cannot be used in opaque materials. And from what I've read, nanite can only use opaque materials. Not true anymore. It was true in 2022. Works in 5.1. Nanite mesh does not support custom stencils, but it's proxy mesh and the normal static mesh supports it. Some platforms that not support nanite or use disallow nanite. The nanite mesh will be converted to normal mesh or proxy mesh. So now solved in UE5 main 5.2. You can now write to stencil buffers from nanite in the city sample demo. Doesn't seem necessary anymore in 5. Okay, let's just try making a decal. And we'll see what happens. We'll use a decal. We'll use an actor for right now. God, I love nanite though. I fucking love nanite. It's so good. Just a casual 2 million triangles here. Nothing to see. Meanwhile, like back on like the PS4 era, we'd be blowing minds with this. Okay, we just need we need to set this to material domain deferred decal. And translucent. Let's go bit by bit here. We have a texture sample. I'm gonna hard code this just with some texture. We'll find one that works. Beautiful. RGB to base. Alpha to multiply. Stencil mask. I don't know if we need to set up anything else here right now. I'll have to turn off overdraw to see it. If we even can see it. Did he make like a custom little blueprint to show the direction on this, or is there like some debug option on the decal component? Should be showing. Unless I missed something. Did I set this to the right domain? We'll go back to the start of the video for it.
Lucent. Now let's grab and set the material domain to be deferred decal and the blend mode to be translucent.
Yeah.
Now let's grab my face.
Let's just grab something that doesn't have any alpha in it. We'll just grab something that's just full, straight ass texture. Or maybe one of these logos. I don't see dick, man.
Mosquito into mosquito. And we're going to chuck this into the opacity. And essentially we're just going to put
He might
my
just be throwing like a
face-
decal component down.
I can just drag a decal into this thing. Now for some reason my foliage isn't receiving decals. I'm just going to...
Yeah, it's literally just like a decal. Where's he getting that from? I'm not getting anything to show up. Oh, let's undo the... Undo that. Now we're talking. Okay. Now we're talking. And the nanite is receiving the decal. Nanite mesh. We'll see if we notice anything weird with drawing it. No, it's fine to me. Nothing weird there. Okay.
I'm going to change that for the sake of the video real quick. Blah, blah, blah. Receive decals. There we go. We have a decal and... Where the hell are they? Scene texture. So these are like post-process buffers, usually. Yeah. But we can actually access some of them in the decals. So if I just plug this in, it should give me an error. And it says, decals can only access scene depth, custom stencil, and world normal. Now this should give you a little clue onto what the heck we're going to be doing with this node. So the first type of masking we're going to look at is custom depth stencil masking.
He
This is
put down,
probably
he
some
done
stencil.
multiple. He did like scene depth and custom depth. Scene depth. Okay. And custom depth. Okay. What's up, Andre?
There is one just called Stencil Mask Compare. If you do want to know what it's doing under the hood, it's pretty much just saying if A is equal to B, then return 1.
Yeah.
So anywhere that it isn't Stencil Mask 3, we are going to get a completely see-through decal. So now if we look, again, none of these have been assigned to the custom depth pass. Maybe I just want these two. So let's go render custom depth pass.
That didn't work for me though. How's it going, Mark? I just made it invisible on everything, even with the mesh being given 1. We'll try it on this one though, on just the general static mesh. Because maybe it doesn't work on nanite. No, because now this isn't receiving it. Do we need to tell this to... Yeah, we saw some mentions here that enabling custom depth on a mesh deactivates occlusion culling. I'm like, okay, I can see how that would be the case for like a regular mesh, but what about with nanite? You know, how does it work with that then? Although now I can't even get it to render at all using custom depth passes. Probably because we need it to be enabled with stencil. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Okay. There we go. So this, okay, so we can see the first problem that he mentions, which is what we expect to happen, where we have this weird effect going on where we can see through it. That's what step number 2 fixes, right? Oh, it is weird that it kind of gets fixed eventually. Does this force the drawing? Not that I can see. Although it's funny, you can see the culling happening behind the cube, which is not nanite. That's actually a really good way of seeing how nanite works. Isn't that cool? We have this non-nanite cube here, but because it's occluding the clusters, we can actually see which clusters still have to be loaded so that we can see certain edges of the mesh. And everything else then is being... all the other clusters are being occluded and they're not being rendered. But where we would have multiple overlapping meshes or parts of a mesh that you can see here, we might have to render multiple clusters, and that's what overdraw is. That means that we're drawing over multiple clusters, and when you have like a mesh here where it's dark purple, that's good. That means that there's minimal overdraw, or there's no overdraw happening, versus areas where you start to get lighter purple and then orange, and then very, very bad colors when you get a lot of overlapping. And that's where the performance of nanite starts to take a hit, is where you have a lot of this overdraw occurring. Because you're rendering way more geometry than you know, that it wants to render, but it has to render it so that you actually see that mesh. That's no bueno. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Okay, so we have that working now. What's next? Once you have a lot of overlapping, where? With platforms? Some, yes. There will be like so we can like, let's pretend that this is a cliff wall, right, that we're platforming on, and then we have another one of these that we have scaled down and are using as like a climbing platform. I wouldn't use something so detailed for that, but you can. You would have some overlap where the connection happens, but it's generally pretty minimal. Yeah, it's impossible to avoid overlaps. We would have overlaps, but it's not going to be so significant. But yes, we should still worry about it. And that's where the beautiful corner scene that we set up is going to be used for determining how bad our overdraw is and if there's any ways that we can minimize that. What if we could stylize a game with nanite overdraw mode? That'd be kind of interesting. Okay, what was next? Custom depth mask fix.
Including material. Now, one thing you might notice about doing...
Oh wait, he did
this will draw...
Oh yeah, because he did the inversion.
It everywhere, including on our foliage and everything that is receiving decals in the first place. But on this one, if we set it to be custom depth stencil 3, it won't receive the decal.
Yeah, so and I think the exclusion method is the proper way to do, because then we can just say we can give the player a single ID and we can prevent it from drawing on the player, for instance. Have you seen the current Fab freebies? I don't normally both of them, but the Elixir plugin looks special, worth grabbing. Yeah, so I did see that there was that light one. I don't know if that's going to be... we haven't tested our light setup yet. I had found something on GitHub. Where was it? Here. For light awareness. I don't know which one of these is going to be more performant, but they will both likely be able to achieve what we're looking for. So I just gotta test it out. And we'll see which one is more performant than the other. But I think that whatever we'll take a look too for implementing this into our immersive sim toolkit. The stealth is pretty standard for most immersive sims. Same author? I don't know. Good question. I don't know. It doesn't look like it, but I don't know. What's nice with this one is that it has like EQS support, but it says it's running on the CPU. Over here it says you have CPU and GPU modes. I really don't know. But they both kind of work off of luminosity and both seem to have support for lumen and global illumination, so we'll just have to test which one is more performant for us. Because we don't need anything super complex, we only need directional, direct light, no global illumination. So whichever one, maybe this one doesn't have as many features, this GitHub one, but if it is more performant because of that, then I'll go with that. but we'll see.
You could exclude, you know, channel number. This is just like a little safety offset.
Yeah, okay, so the custom depth. And then the scene depth down here. We've got a mask on the RGB. On the R of the R. Do a small offset of -5 to avoid Z fighting, he said. A subtract. Saturate. And then a 1 minus. Mask R here. Plug that in there. And I think he did a separate multiply at the end.
So there's no Z fighting. Depth in front of or behind the scene depth. So for example, we want to exclude this decal, but only in the places that are behind the scene depth, with a little bit of safety so that if, and then this one.
If you're wondering why I'm skipping through, we actually already watched the whole video. Okay, so plug it into the multiply, do the 1 minus after the multiply. Oh wait, no, there is a separate multiply. Like, hold on a sec. Rex is going to go through and clean this up anyway, but I'm just going to make it and send this video to him too and say, hey, here's what we found out. It still looks like it's okay. It still looks like it's receiving occlusion culling. I wonder... Not really a way to test if that's being drawn, is there? It's like the overdraw does allow me to see the clusters that are being drawn behind it. But I don't really have a way of seeing if a mesh is being drawn behind it. But all I can say is that this is... Oh, it's not receiving. Now it is. Oxar does its magic in compute shaders if the docs are be believed pretty damn performant. I will have to take your word at that. I mean, we'll do a profiling trace for everything anyway, so... We'll just have to see. You know, thankfully we don't have like a stealth system that is, you know, needing global illumination and a bunch of like lumen and dynamic lights. We have one single unmoving directional light. That is the only thing that should be impacting the player for our solar radiation. Thank God. So I think either solution probably is going to be about as performant as the other. And we don't have any AI, so we don't need any like EQS plugins, you know. So it should be good. Nice videos for it though. Yeah, it looks nice. Yeah, I for sure will be grabbing it. Players see solar radiation underground. Well, you're not net. Well, you are underground, but you are on a tidally locked planet on the what's the term for it? You're at the point on the tidally locked planet where the sun is almost directly overhead. So you will see the sun poking in.
On minus is pretty much just saying, is it a bleed through this guy? Now, with our stingers, let's just duplicate this exclusion.
Into the shaft? Well, the shaft is open at the top, and the star is above the shaft pretty much 24/7. Well, it's 11-hour days, but you get the point. And it just sits there, doesn't move. Sits in the same spot in the sky. Year after year. But it's at like a slight angle, so the player will not be receiving it. You know, it's not directly above, it's slightly offset. So when you're platforming at the bottom of the main shaft, you don't really get hit by much solar radiation, maybe only in like a tiny sliver. But then as you move up, you have more of the shaft exposed to it. I think I put like a showcase of that in our... somewhere here. No, I don't think I did yet. But I do need to put it in here. I can draw it for you. Planetary surface, shaft, planetary surface, star, big in the sky, about 30 times the diameter in the sky compared to our sun. It's fucking massive. Shining light down at a slight angle. Meaning that ideally I want it to kind of look like this. And this is the part that receives solar radiation. The rest of it will still be lit by lumen, you know, through global illumination, but this is the part that's in direct light. And that is very scientifically accurate. LHS 3844b is a tidally locked planet. Our moon is tidally locked with us, which means we only see one part of the moon. And that's this part. And this part is perpetually dark. So very similarly for this planet, you can imagine this one side, this near side, is the one that always sees the light. There's no atmosphere, it's very hot, and then on the other side it's permanently dark and very cold. And near the equatorial parts is where you start to get a mix of that. Yeah, lumen is going to flux hard. Lumen is going to be, and it's a red dwarf star. There's no atmosphere to change the color, which means it's going to look like a dark blood red at all times on the planet. For like purposes of the gameplay though, we're going to have the visors on the player's exosuit have color correction to make it more normal. But I think it'll be pretty fun to have like a little toggle where you can toggle that correction off through like post-processing, and you can see what the planet looks like, you know, the lighting of the planet looks like without that correction. That way it's not like you're not looking at blood red planet 24/7 if you don't want to. This is our planet. There's a lot of like different renderings of it, but it's a hot, rocky, tidally locked planet, super close to this is a little bit too close to the to its star. And it's a little bit larger than our Earth. It's about 1.3 times the size. With roughly 11.11 hour days. Kind of fun. And we're going to say for the sake of it that the player's exosuit also normalizes gravity. It's 1.3 times the gravity, but you don't want to do a platforming game where you barely jump off the ground. So we're going to say that the exosuits are tuned to have assisted jumps that make the gravity work more normally compared to that's similar to Earth. We're 250 years in the future. We're going to write that one off. We'll have an answer for it, even if the answer is a little bit silly. Otherwise, all of our platforms would have to be kind of like really short and close to each other, because it would be, because you wouldn't be able to jump very high.
For things that are stencil mask 2. So this red one, drawing everywhere, including on the one that is including this decal.
Yeah, it's a little bit
So this
mind-fucky to think
decal here
about with the stencils.
is
I don't think he had to add anything new for that, though. And this was just adding in the range.
But the more you reduce it, the more you'll find flickering and some kind of weird artifacting stencil mask ranges. So when we subtract...
Interesting. Colors are generally reddish, orangish, but it's a game, so who cares? It is a... Yeah, it would be a pretty dark. I don't know what... Not that. Not a censored word. I don't know if they made a wiki page for its star, actually. Oh, they did. They definitely did. Let's say it's like when people draw the sun and it's always yellow, but it's actually bright white. Well, that's... Some of that is also just due to our atmosphere, right? But like our planet would not have any atmosphere, so whatever the star looks like is what we're going to see. It's gonna be very big in the sky. Like I said, like 30 times the diameter in the sky compared to how our sun looks. And it's gonna be very red. Reddish orangish, yeah, but more red than orange. Of its type. Giga year, holy shit. A giga year. It's like a giga chad. We'll get it more accurate, though. Gamify things. Gotta look the part. I would like it to be hard sci-fi. I would like the planet to look realistic. And for the stars to look realistic. Like, the player's not going to see the planetary surface, right? But we're going to use... I think I closed it. Let me find it again, what we're going to use. I think it was at the top. I don't see it. I think it was called Star Crater. We're gonna use this to make the star and have that be in the sky. And because we have no atmosphere, you should be able to pretty clearly see things. It's very, very close to its host star. So I would imagine you should be able to make out some of the details. Must have decals. And some of these particle effects are animated, so it should look pretty fun. We'll gamify what we need to, but I'd like to get some of the science accurate. It did have the color there, the temperature there, didn't it? $3,036. So we are literally operating in deep, dark red dwarf territory here. So I don't think it'll look reddish orange. I think it's gonna look a bit red, with a little bit of orange and yellow in there, but mostly red. Because we're pretty much down here. I don't know what the luminosity is compared to our sun. Probably not great. 0.00272. It's probably about here. Should be fun. Should be fun. But it is a real star, a real planet, and a real system. It is hard sci-fi. We're gonna try to mirror some of the activities of that planet. There would be micro flares that occur too. About 3 to 5 per day. So there will be the mini flares that you have to deal with. We're going to gamify in-game. There will be an in-game time and clock that you can see with a warning system, a small advanced warning system for these mini flares that occur over the 11.11 hour Redlock day. So it should be pretty cool. Pretty cool. I'm excited to get it implemented. And we can adjust like the directional light intensity and like, you know, flare it out while it's happening. Doing ablative damage to the player, their suits beeping. You have some of the ablative flaking off. It'd be pretty fun.
The minimum value from the stencil and divide it by the range.
Okay, hold on, go back. Okay, we got a min and max value. This is the max. Max stencil ID. Min stencil ID. Oops, don't do that. Do a subtract on the custom stencil. We need another one. We need a custom stencil. Is this the right node to use? Custom stencil. Subtract the min, go into a divide. A minus B, I don't know why you didn't put this up here then if we have those two going up. Typical material spaghetti. What can you do? Get a floor, an ABS, absolute value this. Saturate and a 1 minus. How's it going, Sean? Got sub 13 in Minecraft. Damn, dude, people speedrun in Minecraft, huh? Is it all like like a seed that people use? It can't be like a randomized seed, right? It would have to be a specific seed for consistency. It's random but filtered. Oh. We're ranked, I see. Well, I can't wait for people to start speedrunning our game.
And then floor it. So that means everything within our range is now 0. 1 values become +1, and 2. So let's go to...
Where's he plugging that into?
Saturate and 1 minus it. And
doing the multiply with everything else. What it looks like. Well, it's hard to tell because he's got the 1 minus here, but the molt, I don't know if the 1 minus is still there after the molt. Potentially not. Hey, Infission, you're new here. What are you trying to do? I am testing a custom depth stencil pass and verifying if it still works with nanite meshes. Since there was mention here in some comments that this would deactivate occlusion culling on the object. But since nanite does its own cluster-based occlusion culling, I'm trying to see if that is the case here. Like just, I have watched the Minecraft world records. It's pretty wild. But yeah, welcome. We're working on the on a game called Redlock, and we would have a lot of like decals throughout the game, right? So we'd have like you know, emergency exit this way, right? And we don't want to have to bake that into each texture because we don't know where we're going to use it. We might use it on multiple different materials, so it's better just to throw a decal on there. But we don't want that decal to do two things. We don't want it to apply to anything but the wall or whatever object we're putting it on, and we don't want it to bleed through the wall, which is something that happens with decals right now. And this solution works, but this scared me when I saw that it disables occlusion culling, because if we have, you know, nanite meshes like these rocks here that have a million triangles each, these cliff walls, you know, I don't want to have to like forcefully render a bunch of big nanite meshes and defeat the entire purpose of nanite in the process. That would not be good. I must have unplugged that very weirdly. Or because it's plugging into this first and not doing a separate multiply. I might have misread that. I borked something. Definitely borked something. What did I mistype? Did he make a blueprint link to this? Oh, he did.
And so, again, values 5 and 2. So let's go to this guy here.
Or, you know what, I think I messed up. I did my min-max wrong. I think the max is at the top, the min is up here. I gotta do 2 and 1. Tried to recently use a decal render in Niagara, but the draw calls were spiking unusually for some reason, so I just stamped a decal without Niagara. Could have been something wrong with my setup. Really? Draw calls just spiky with Niagara? Interesting. Don't ask me. I'm no art person. I'm gonna hand whatever I'm gonna do the research for our artist, and I'm gonna pass it on to him and tell him what I found out, and then he's gonna make the master material and optimize it and deal with it. But he's busy working on meshes for our beautiful corner, so I thought I'll do what I can to help you out with stuff here. It's not handling that upper range correctly. Zero and 1 are being occluded or masked, but then everything above. What's the game about? If you take a look at what Ibex used, he used the !game command, and you can read a little bit about Redlock. Not gonna be complicated as squares? No. No, in fact, this is gonna be much easier than squares, Rex. And in addition to that, this will work. It seems to work with nanite, but I'm just finalizing that. I have high hopes. I have very high hopes. But I'm messing up my translation of the nodes here.
Set our stencil value to be 0. If you could all
Max add. Do the subtract. Custom stencil. Maybe I have to select filtered. I kind of remember him doing that. Oh, I don't remember. Oh, I don't remember. I think I have to watch it again.
$135 exclude this material. Obviously, you'd need to keep track of which things are in which stencil mask, but the way you would do that is with this tiny little bit of math here, we can get our max value,
Yes.
and our min value.
Yes.
This is
Thanks for the follow,
inclusive
Motivation.
max and min. That's why we've got this little add 1 there.
You're welcome.
But essentially, we calculate the range
Me
of
struggling
our
with art.
stencil value. So between 5 and 2, the range.
But did he filter that? Or did he filter one of the other nodes? Something is borking with mine. Maybe I plugged this into the wrong place.
Positive 1, but all of our nice 0 values, which are what we want, remain at 0. Then we're just going to saturate and 1 minus it. And so, again, values 5 and 2. So let's go to this guy here. Into...
He's got everything down here normally. Do the multiply. Skip all the 1 minuses after that. So 1 minus, and then the mult. Okay, I was doing that. 1 minus, I think he removed the stencil mask compare, although, yeah, maybe he did. Did we see that there? No. Zero, 1, 2, 3. Okay, now it's working. Now we're good. Okay. You finished your first game jam. Working in team feels great. Oh, that's really cool. Congratulations. What did you guys make? Did you succeed in making a game? Which honestly doesn't really matter for a game jam. Did you learn something? That's the more important question. There's a lot of professional game devs that honestly could not successfully make a game in the game jam. Not easy to do. Because most like specialized game developers don't have to think about scope. Because they have somebody else to think about scope. The producers, game director, the publisher. Yeah, this seems to work perfectly with Nanite, which is great to hear. We will still have the bleed through, but we're gonna solve that. Kind of hard to see on this mesh unless I made it double-sided for the material, which we can do just for the sake of it. Is this the parent? We'll just plug it into that for the sake. I'm not going to upload any of this, or if we do upload it, I'm not going to upload the nanite mesh. Although it's funny, if you're, we talked about like data compression the other day. You can see here that this nanite mesh compresses to about 10 megabytes on disk. But if we compare this to... Where the hell are the textures that we see here? Even just these 3 texture masks were... Oh my god. 192 megabytes and it's an 8K texture. They would compress down a little bit better than that though. I would think. I would hope. But yeah, look at that. And people wonder why games are so big. This is the reason. Your nanite mesh is cheap. It's 10 megabytes for a nanite mesh. And then it's an ungodly amount in order to have the textures for it. A little bit lower in memory, thankfully, but still bad. You did finish. Scope was very small. It helped. Have learned I want teammate and that having deadline is good. Worked much more efficiently than usual. Yeah, I would recommend the same too. There's kind of like this weird, like bragging rights you get to have, like I developed this game solo. But it's like, do you really want to develop a game solo? I mean, we all have things that we're not good at. Do you really want to be the person that develops a game that has part A is great and part B sucks ass because you can't do that part well? Or just work with somebody who can do part B super well too? Yeah, I mean, you could always just lower texture resolution. There's a pretty nice and easy way to do that. You can tell it to render at a maximum size. You can pin maximum texture size and then set this down to, you know, 2K. That can help reduce the amount that your, you know, players are downloading. So you can still have the 8K texture in files and in editor, but then you are, when you're generating the game, when you're building the game, it'll cook it down to whatever this maximum size is if you set it. And then you can always do like a 4K, you know, texture pack, right? That people can download separately for the better resolutions. So that's one way you can do it. Or you can optimize it before you throw it into Unreal, but it's up to you in that case. Yeah, there's a bunch of ways to go, but you probably know way more than I do too. I only know that that way works for when you package the game. I don't want to sound like an expert on that. Just don't know how to find a teammate. That is tough. And it's really tough finding people to work on games who, you know, if you need somebody with certain skills and those certain skills are, you know, able to get them a job somewhere in the professional industry, they likely do not have enough time to work on, you know, some other game. Or if they do, they want money for it. And it's understandable, but it is hard to find people who are committed, who want to learn, who want to be knowledgeable. It's very, very difficult. And I don't know if I can provide you with any tips on that. Game jams are a good way to meet people, so I think that continuing to do game jams is pretty smart. There's a really nice page on itch.io for game jams where you can check ones that are coming up. Some of them will have like rewards too, like cash prizes. Others might just have a lot of people so you can like meet people really easily. Like this big mode game jam, 2,000 people. I don't do game jams often, and if I do game jams, I do them internally. Because I don't really like the unhealthy nature of game jams personally. You know, like the common thing is like a weekend game jam, like 48 hours. But for me, it would be like, you know what? If I want to work on a game for 48 hours and see what I can make in 48 hours, I would literally just work 8 hours a day for 6 days. That's it. I'm not gonna like overwork myself. Yeah, I don't need to crunch. Exactly. So we did do a game jam for Microraptor, and that's what made Coin Pusher Reloaded. So we made that last year. And this is what we made after 5 days. And then we ended up making a full game from it. With our mini games and everything. And with a lot of free time. I mean, I know some people, I know some friends who've done game jams, especially ones here in like Poland. I don't like the crunch nature to it. I don't think it's healthy. But yeah, this you know, this is exactly the same game that you would get on Steam. You know, because we finished up the game and we put it up on Steam. You can actually type in !Coin Pusher if you want the store page to it. But we finished it up. We made it look artistically good. We added in controller support and multiple languages too. No AI usage at all. We got achievements as well. We got our Steam achievements. Had a friend make the artwork for that. I think she did a great job. And if you haven't played this yet, we are very thankful of any reviews. It is a completely free game to play. There's no microtransactions. You can play it. It takes about 30 minutes. You know, help you enjoy it. And if you want to leave a review, we are very, 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 very thankful for reviews. They do matter a lot. So if you're looking for something fun and easy to play during an evening, play our game. When I was a student, I would have done anything but study. Also losing nights. I would have done game jams when I was younger, but now
Our decal.
I would only do them internally if we did them.
And we're also doing all of these, you know, exclusion, custom depth bullshit. So we're just going to keep that over here. We have the original textures alpha going into here.
I like this guy, by the way.
We
That's
can
cool.
do one more masking type, which is world normal masking.
World normal,
so
okay.
let's grab
This one's
scene
important.
texture world normal. And let's get -x 0, 0. And we're going to transform from local to world space. Then we're going to use a dot product. And we're going to dot world normal against.
He did have an
Important.
error here though, so we gotta fix that. Okay. Scene texture. Transform vector. Oh, it's just called that, okay. Local space to world. Oh, not that one. 3, -1. I'm not a hater though. I'm not a hater. Don't get me wrong. Game jams are great. Just, you know, just be healthy about it, right? And there's nothing stopping you from like meeting up with some other people and just saying, "Hey, let's treat this healthy. Let's do a 40-hour game jam, but you know, we only work 8 hours a day and then we you know, we go to sleep normally." Did this guy release any game yet? I don't know. I've noticed there's some artists that really like fucking around with like making things, but they have no desire to actually make a game. They just like messing with the technology. I see that a lot with like Blender too. Like people who just really like modeling and making models, but then they don't want to use this anywhere. They just kind of do it like as a hobby. Which guy, the streamer? I think he means this guy. I don't know if he has. Maybe he's working on one. But he seems very knowledgeable and very cool. Haven't we seen him on our channel before? Oh, his game is called Prismatica. Challenging RPG experience in a beautifully stylized world that harnesses inspiration from melee combat games such as Mordhau, Mountain Blade, and Dark Souls. That is not an easy game. That is not an easy game to make. But he seems very knowledgeable from the artistic side of things. The exact opposite of me. I'm pretty sure we've seen him in our channel before too. But we can give him a shout out if you guys want. If you guys are looking for somebody else to watch, maybe in like the Australian time zone. I think that's his name. Absolutely it is. And if he ever sees this this clip, thanks for making this video, dude. Is he streaming? I don't know. I don't think he is streaming right now. Actually, is he streaming right now? He's not streaming right now. I don't know if he streamed recently. I don't see anything recent. Last streamed 5 months ago. I feel like I remember meeting him, so he must have been on our channel at one point. I don't know when.
Because we're not dealing with.
Where's he plugging that saturate into?
It's gonna be 1 anyway. So now let's just multiply our.
Oh, just multiply it by the rest of it, okay. For the opacity. Yeah, you know, streamers come and go. My first time streaming was like 11 years ago or something. It was a long time ago. And then I stopped for a long many years. Busy now? He bought a house, but on Discord he said he will be back soon. Okay, yeah. Let's go to take a break. Decals can only access... Oh, because this is scene color. This is not supposed to be scene color. This is normal or something, right? There we go. To be doing well if you can afford a house in Australia. It's backwards. Where's my decal? Applying to like each individual face. Which, I mean, to be fair, it should be 100% fine for our use case because it'll be on like, you know, sci-fi walls. So I imagine that, you know, they would probably like just spray paint it on with some like actual real life stencil. Well, that's totally fine. Does streaming affect your focus on work? Do we distract you? Yes, sometimes yes. It's not a bad thing, I'll say, but sometimes it's a bad thing. Other times it's okay. I'm more consistent streaming and working than I am if I just sit at home and I get distracted super easily, but I don't have that. You know, with you guys here, I know that you are here to watch me stream. You are here to watch me, in many cases, work. If I get distracted with something non-work related, I tend to remind myself, oh, let's focus. We're here to do something. We have a goal today. So it's just, it's a bit easier to get things done.
Daddy.
Is that in the right direction?
Daddy.
Oh, daddy. Oh, puppy. Yeah, for a blueprint like this, we could always just make it face. You know, we could put like an arrow to help show where it's facing. But generally, that does work.
I swear to God, if you open up Cauldron Chronicles one more time, I'm going to send Delta Force.
Don't send Delta Force. Yeah, that's fantastic. Fantastic. Oh, there's no... Hold on. There's no collision on it. I can fix that just for this, for testing. Using a nanite mesh with complex as simple is a wild choice, but I'm going to do it. That's perfect. So now we have decals that can apply to surfaces that we want them to apply to, but not to others. So we do not have to any longer worry about a decal clipping technically with the player right now, because it's ignoring the player. That's amazing. And we just place those how we want. That's really awesome. You said there was a little bit of bleeding. I don't really notice. I don't really notice the bleeding. I mean, if anything, it's not significant enough for me to worry about. Even if it were happening. That's awesome. And from what we see, it looks like if the mesh is nanite, it does not seem to pass through the occlusion. Is there any way to test that in a better way? Because from what I see, the clusters are getting properly cold. So maybe if it was just a normal static mesh, sure, we wouldn't be able to avoid the draw call. But with nanite, it seems to... that doesn't seem to be an issue. It looks great to me. I wonder what it says shader complexity is like on that. Decals create small protrusion. It seemed there were edge shadows on those circle decals. I think that's because of I saw what you mean. I think that's because of the texture. I'm not 100% on that though. I'm not 100%. I just used some texture I found in the engine. It's hard to see. It's really hard to see. It looks like it kind of does. I don't know if it's an edge shadow, but it definitely does not... like the edge that much. V5 decal edge black. Decal visible edge looks like an issue with alpha. Check the alpha channel, see if it's fuzzy on the edges or solid black and white. That is true, we are plugging that into the alpha. So maybe it is just the alpha that's the problem. How do we see the channels again? I rarely ever have to look at channels here. PB. Well, I don't think it has an alpha channel. That could be the issue. Source alpha detected. Well, it must have an alpha. The PNG. Anti-aliasing could be. Could be. I don't know very much about images. I'll try using this one because I don't know, it looks different. Yeah, it didn't do anything. Maybe there's like a setting in the here, fade, size, order. That's not the issue we have. Atlas selector MF material function, one node useless and did this edges. Okay, we don't have that problem. Decal is black. I'm not sure. Maybe Rex would know or have an idea. Okay, let me rephrase that. I'm gonna make this Rex's problem so that I don't have to think about it. And then he's gonna slam his head against the wall for 4 hours and eventually figure out what the problem is. Is that too honest? Did I say the quiet part out loud? We got a teammate, at least I know what's coming. It's not like, this is not a super critical thing, but yeah, we would have to solve that. I don't know what's causing that. I don't know if it's an issue with the texture sample itself, or if it's an issue with, there's gotta be like a white circle, right? There are like just white. There's white in here. That does not have this problem. So I think it's an issue with whatever those textures are, or due to their size maybe, like being scaled up. It says it doesn't have alpha, which could also be part of the reason. Or you know what it is? Look at this. Look at this. Look on the edges. Do you think that's the issue? I bet it is. Yeah, I bet that's the issue. I don't think it's an issue with the material, it's an issue with the texture. Good job solving that one, Rex. Ooh. He's gonna slap me when we meet up in real life. No, this looks good. This looks good. I'm happy with this outcome. I'm gonna mention on the video for other people that we just tested this with nanite and it does not seem to be a problem. I just tested this, watch me be wrong though, with a nanite enabled mesh, and it appears as if the cluster choline is working as intended. Perhaps the issue occurs with non-nanite meshes with nanite enabled. This problem doesn't seem to exist. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I probably am wrong. I hope I'm not wrong though, because this works really well without that. I wonder if it could be more strict too on the angles that are allowed, because I think right now it's just fading based on the angle that we're getting. Does nanite require specially prepared meshes? No, but there is a way to create meshes that are more optimized for nanite. So there's a lot that you want to consider when making a mesh nanite, but you can make any mesh nanite supported. One of the things to consider is that it all comes down to clustering, right? Because it's all, nanite is based on clustering and all the occlusion happens on clustering. You want meshes that can very easily be broken up into uniformly sized clusters. If you have like a really simple wall that's just two triangles, then it's going to create like one large massive cluster. And so you're going to end up with a lot of problems with how it handles its level of detail and how it handles the choline, because if it's just one big cluster, then it's going to have to render that mesh behind these, for instance. And so you're going to have a lot of overdraw that gets created from that. So this cliff wall is actually the perfect example of a really well made nanite mesh. You have uniform looking clusters, a lot of detail. As we move back, it clusters triangles into larger ones, meaning that we're getting a lower level of detail. And because of the uniform clustering that we get, we also have very minimal overdraw with other meshes. You get some at the edges, but that's expected because we need to be rendering a mesh behind this mesh. So of course we have overdraw here, but the overdraw is very minimal and only along the edges and isn't some large quad that's intersecting into that as we go further back. So low poly or medium poly meshes, you probably will have cheaper rendering without nanite, but high poly meshes will render very well with nanite. But then it comes down to clustering. So it's not a perfect rule. And if you don't have a lot of scene complexity, the overhead cost that you pay for nanite's single draw call is going to be more expensive than if you didn't have nanite enabled on the project at all. So there's a lot of caveats to it, but the general thing is low poly game, don't enable nanite, low poly meshes don't enable nanite. And when you're making nanite meshes, you need to give them enough detail to actually create good clusters. So like, you know, like you see those memes with people sharing like a really high poly shoe or something and saying, this is what causes 10 FPS in your games. Well, actually, this is super optimized for nanite. This is beautiful nanite mesh. Something low poly would actually not be great for nanite. So it depends. It depends. But here we could even just show it off. You know, it's like this we know is some crazy 1 million triangle mesh, right? Let's go 2, 4, 6, 12, 24, 48, 96, 192. That is 192 million triangles that are technically within the scene, but we're not rendering all of that. And we can just handle this at a super solid 60 FPS. Kind of hard to see in the right-hand corner, but super stable 60. While it's constantly managing the LODs with the clusters that and generating that dynamic level of detail as we move through the scene. Use imposters? Well, imposters don't look good because with LODs you then have that poppin'. You would want to minimize cases like this, though, that you see here. We can see this edge. We're getting a lot of overdraw. But because of the... yeah, the bitrate probably. Sorry about the bitrate. But because of this this mesh being pretty optimized, we're actually minimizing the overdraw to just whenever the camera is right there. But even then, you don't really see this reflected in the cost. Who has ever complained about LOD poppin'? Well, the beauty of this is that you no longer need to create LODs or worry about scene complexity with Nanite. You still need to worry about your meshes and how you're meshing, but scene complexity and triangle limits are a thing of the past with Nanite. That you can give every single object a high level of detail with a relatively fixed cost to the game. For instance, with the new Nanite foliage system in Unreal, we have voxelized foliage meshes, and this is over... It says over 20 trillion triangles in this scene being rendered in real time. And you will have no visible pop-in. This is the beauty of it. With perfect fidelity at all distances, including if you lower the FOV for like a binocular effect, which normally wouldn't be able to work with LODs. Because it's based on screen space. And automatic occlusion based on the clusters that are being drawn, which is also a massive, massive, massive benefit. Because Nanite's goal is to draw at maximum 1 triangle per pixel of your screen. Maximum. So there is an upper end to what you will be able to see from a fidelity standpoint. Of course, most meshes you're not going to have an issue with triangles being the smallest pixels, but that is what it is attempting to do. With no visual change to how the mesh looks as you get closer or further. Really amazing. Would have wanted on a graphical level to be able to have all that quality. Yeah, it's like this was a holy grail. Like nobody expected this to ever be a thing. We of course we kept pushing the upper limit of triangle complexity and scene, but it was kind of, you know, it's an arms race at that point. Better GPU, more triangles, better GPU, more triangles. But then of course we would put more scene complexity, but far distance objects would still have to be, you know, as you said, like imposters or sprites. And now it's just Oh yeah, if you want 20 trillion triangles, which I don't think any game is realistically ever going to have, not only is it a relatively small upfront cost that you pay, but that cost with complexity, you pay upfront here, but it barely costs more as you put more into the scene. Whereas with traditional draw calls, not only are you limited by CPU, but now, you know, that's a very like linear scaling. And things like, I think, you know, here we had a pretty expensive cost before DirectX 12 and Vulkan. With DirectX 12 and Vulkan, we dramatically increased it, which helped a lot, but there's still that point here where under the right conditions and scene complexity, Nanite saves you massively on GPU utilization and CPU overhead with draw calls for that upfront fixed cost to your VRAM. Went the other way around and switched to forward shade. Hey, you can do it too. There's nothing wrong with it. Every game before deferred shading was made with forward, and we have some of the best games are made on that model. There's nothing that you need to make your game actually fun to play. Unity starts dipping once you do 20 to 40 million plus polygons at once in view. That's crazy. With is that with DirectX 12 or with Vulkan? Out of curiosity, or DirectX 11. Who told me about it? But yesterday we can see the. Oh God, where is it? It's here, right? The render resource viewer. Yeah, this shows our GPU memory. So Nanite, we pay this upfront cost here for Nanite in our VRAM. But the GPU utilization is actually quite low. So we can see here, stat GPU. We're hitting this. This is our millisecond cost to render a frame. And this is with VSync enabled, so it'll look a little bit different. We'll do that to be safe. And this is in editor, so of course FPS is way worse in editor than this would be in a build game. If I simply turn off Nanite on these static meshes, to see these in the editor. It's now generating the mesh. Give it a sec. That is now our FPS and frame cost. You notice the difference? It's not great. It's not great. We like our Nanite. Nanite good. Valorant uses forward rendering in UE5 now? Gets like 300 plus? Could. I don't know. I've never played Valorant. One very performant game that's your priority currently running fully destructible 3D open world map with a lot of foliage at 250 FPS and 4K on a 4090. Was hardly hitting 60 FPS with deferred. Deferred is expensive, but deferred's got all the pretty fun rendering techniques. But yeah, there's some expensive shit running on it, especially in Unreal. You have, you know, with like ray tracing with Lumen and ray trace global illumination and reflections. That's the biggest cost. Nanite's pretty cheap. Lumen is really nasty. Really nasty. It looks beautiful when it looks good, but it is expensive to run Lumen. The good news is, if anybody's worried, you know, you can turn off Nanite and Lumen or fall back to forward shading. Totally doable. Pretty easy to turn off Lumen and Nanite too. And go back to the old school methods. DirectX 12 is default. DirectX 12, I learned recently, along with Vulkan, heavily optimized draw calls on the CPU compared to how expensive they used to be. If you use VSMs without nanite, your frames get tanked too. Ask me how I know, but low poly games shouldn't use nanite. Yeah, low poly games shouldn't use nanite, and they probably don't need to use VSMs, but VSMs, if you have nanite, you should use VSMs. They are kind of like meant to work in tandem. The problem is that it's like, okay, now I have nanite, I have VSMs, and I got lumen. Now my game is just expensive to run. And it takes a lot of work and know-how to optimize that. I'm a little bit scared about it. Yeah, VSMs are nice. It is nice. It is just kind of like working out of the box. VSMs, nanite, and lumen, it just like works. But it's just expensive. But I don't like to spread the like misinformation about nanite. To me works great. And it's pretty simple how it functions on like the VRAM perspective. If you have any hate for Unreal, really lumen and like virtual shadows are just, those are like the meat of the increased cost to rendering. But nanite is amazing. Like doing foliage shadows without VSMs. Well, the good news is now we have nanite foliage, which from everything I've seen so far is incredible. But I haven't messed around with it myself yet. Quick, someone call thread in array. Here was like, this is a very specific comparison, but this is a good comparison of what it looks like between, this was the old preserve area here. So this is what it looked like when you had nanite enabled on like leaves and trees with the old preserve area. Now he's going to switch to the new nanite foliage voxelization. And look at the overdraw decrease. Isn't that incredible? GPU frame time of 10 milliseconds versus 16 before. Roughly the same VRAM cost. That's big. That's big. Can you recommend a streamer who's just like you but uses Unity? I don't think I'd be good, but if anybody does have any people in chat, if anybody in chat has streamers who are like Unity based, go ahead and list them. I don't mind you doing a shout out. The good news is I know that foliage is still expensive. We won't have to mess with foliage at all. Well, we might have to mess with a little bit with nanite foliage. In like the hydroponics area, Rex. By the time we get to that, I think that that'll be the technical problem of that area. So we'll learn how to do a little bit with nanite foliage, or at least just we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We don't have to touch that area for like over a year. And by that time, I think some good optimizations for nanite foliage will be out if we want to mess around with it and learn it. You know what I'll do, Rex? I'm going to push this material and BP on main. I'm not going to push the nanite the nanite mesh. But I can push this just so we can use it as a testing bed and optimize it a bit or see how complex things are. Just so it's there and we don't have to make it again from scratch. I wanted to check one more thing though, and see if I could see material complexity on this. Pencil. But if we do make decals, we probably want to make like a master material for it, right? Oop. Oh, you do have one for it already? Okay. Only thing I'll do is like I'll add in an arrow to help with visualization of this. And probably also render the... Oh god, what's it called where you can see the blueprint better? Is it in the rendering? Can't find it. Component tick, rendering. HLD. Is it maybe in like the class settings? Editor billboard. Does it have a billboard though? It does not have a billboard. I could... Oh, probably because I deleted the scene root, didn't I? I could do that though. Just so it's actually visible. Okay, here's the question. Did they fix the screen space scaling of editor billboards? Did they fix it, or do you still have to set the billboard to a negative value in order for it to properly space scale? They did not fix it. It is still not fixed. But if you set it to a negative value, then it screen space scales. God, do you know how long this bug has existed? Non-negative. Negative. Kill me. And then you just have upside down billboards for everything. That's the only way to get it to screen space scale. They probably think it's a feature. It's experimental. We have experimental billboards. What was I testing? I was meaning to test something with it. Oh, material complex. It doesn't even show it. Does it? Does it not show up? Or is it just not complex? I don't know. It's either a good sign or it doesn't show up, but I'm gonna pretend it's a good sign. Okay, we don't... We only want to... We don't want to check... I don't think I want to check anything out. I don't want to make any changes to this. And in here, yeah, those have to be turned on. And only these two turned on, so turn off all these. And we'll just commit those. Custom depth stencil pass and a test blueprint for it. And then we can just undo all this stuff. Am I being a dick? Just delete it. What are we doing? Okay, we're good. We're good. That's added. I can pull that into the beautiful corner because we probably want to have decals on our beautiful corner. Sweet. There it is. Now we can have decals. And we can check out the custom depth stencil pass. Well, that's good. That was a lot easier to make than I thought. Even me, who doesn't really know anything about materials or art, with the help of Prismatica Dev, I was able to figure it out. Without him, I would not have done it. So I would say we have that in progress, but I don't think I will mark it as done until Rex has, you know, a proper setup for that. But we will just say that's in progress. It's partly done, it's started, and then Rex will be the defining factor of if he thinks it's done or not. And we'll get some decals thrown up here too. Alright, let me go to the bathroom real quick. Here, B. Well, we got 3 hours left. I am off on Friday. Well, I'm not off. I'm gonna be here working, but there's not gonna be a stream tomorrow. I don't really have anything big to jump into, or any documentation to make. And we finished up with the custom depth stencil stuff faster than I had intended. But that's the way it goes. And you know, why am I complaining that I did something faster than I thought it would take? Just such a game dev brain. I should be happy about that. What percentage of lore is done? That's a good question. It's a really good question. I don't know. A lot of the lore that we need to have for now is done, like what level 6 looks like. Because that kind of directly impacts what we would like to put on this level. And it affects like some of the art stuff, you know, the meshing that we need. We will have to make a full asset list, or at least a rough asset list. But that'll be done probably after we get some more feedback and make the beautiful corner. There will be a lot of bespoke meshing needed, you know, because I think Rex probably is going to wonder how the hell should a water synthesizer look. And I don't have an answer for that either, but we're going to have to find some references and just make up something that looks realistic. But I definitely can't tell you how much lore is done. I can only tell you what I have done. We're making good progress though. End of March, I want these 2 milestones to be done. It looks like a water processing plant. Well, there will be like water filtration in another section. Maybe they don't even need water filtration though, if they can just produce water. Maybe they just dump it, I don't know. No, that we will have to solve that. We'll have to solve what it will look like for that. Next week, Monday, though, we can start to jump into some pretty fun stuff. Hazards, like heat, haze, smoke, would be 2 that we need to add. And then our resources, so health, ablative, hydrogen, and building components. Those should be pretty easy. And like basic restoration stations, too, are also pretty easy. I don't imagine that some of this stuff will take more than a week. Maybe not even more than a couple days maximum. Although I would like to implement it with MVVM if we can. So maybe it'll take me longer because I'm still learning MVVM. And we will need to implement that. And that'll give you more experience working with MVVM as a whole. So let's say that. Let's aim for like next week we can add resources. Basic, you know, on-screen showing of that. And try to do as much of it with a proper MVVM setup, because we will make like an article for MVVM and our implementation of it. That'll be the plan. And if you're curious what MVVM is, it's a model view model. So it's a way to communicate between your user interface and HUD and your game in a way that should significantly reduce the number of direct references to user interface elements, giving you a very good separation and middleman to hold variables that you can use throughout multiple widgets. So one way that we actually implemented it here, and when you're throwing an object, that progress bar showing and not showing, and the progress for how much you're throwing the object, is all handled without a single, not one, reference to a widget. We're just writing that information to the middleman, and then that's reading the data and updating it. And the really nice part is that we only have to update that when we only have to update the widget when we actually are updating the values, so it is an additional separation, whereas previously with widgets in UMG, they get updated every tick unless you disable their tick. But of course, then disabling tick means that, you know, certain things like animations wouldn't be viable. So in this case, we now only have to update that if the value in the middleman is being updated. So I'd like to get better at using this. And I think that this will be a really good example and way to do it. It's so much fun just to throw things. I don't know why. Is it maybe like some primate thing, or is it just fun to see physics in games? I mean, I know the answer to that. Physics have always been fun in games. You know, it's like if you make a game with a basketball hoop and a basketball that you can pick up and throw. Even if the game isn't about doing that, there's something really satisfying about just sitting there throwing the basketball. I'm really glad that we worked on that first. For like an immersive sim, I feel like we could just do so many awesome things with that. But I would like to, the next big thing I want to work on is seeing if we can stick objects to each other and how we could go about that. I want sticky objects. One sticky object. Is it a famous gorilla game about fun of throwing? What do you mean? Throw ice blocks from cryopipe to temporarily unheat an area to pass through. If we want, we can add in... I'm not against adding in more immersive sim elements to Redlock, but I think if I explored that, I would want to explore it separately as like an additional game mode or some sort of like sequel or spin-off, you know, something like that. PG3 shoving and throwing people is one of the most fun things in game. So imagine this. Imagine you pick up a, let's call it, you know, Mark 1 sticky turret. And, you know, you just have to throw it at a wall and it sticks wherever it hits and deploys the turret. Imagine like a game like System Shock or Prey, you know, an immersive sim, or like Deus Ex, where you have that. And now imagine being able to take one object, let's say like a lure, a sticky lure grenade, or like a sticky lure thing, something that makes noise and lures enemies to it. And you can attach C4 to that sticky lure. And then you pick up that group of bundle and you throw it, and it sticks with that. emergent gameplay right then, right there. Technically though, I feel like it's a bit of a challenge to handle from a development standpoint, but if we can make it, boom. Immersive sim emergent gameplay. Zombie game with similar mechanic about bikers? Do you mean Days Gone? I don't know if Days Gone had sticking mechanics though. Like sticking objects to one another. Some games have sticky bombs. Or like grenades that you throw that stick that you can then manually trigger. And that is great. But I want the ability to make anything into a sticky version. Like maybe you just have a gun that like shoots goo and you shoot the thing like the C4 with the goo and it's sticky. And now I can throw that, and if I aim it correctly, which I can do with this, and then I can throw that and have it stick. That's what I want. Maybe a better way to put it is I want to enable all the autistic people in the world. I'm gonna spell good game without goo. Oh, you mean it could just be used for like a time skip path? I am very open to it, Paxian. FBI, open up! But with our, I worry that with our third person character, picking things up might look a little bit, but we'll see. How was handled the destruction of other materials? There are a few ways you can do destruction. You can either do it manually, but in Unreal there's a built-in system called Chaos that you can fracture items and then build geometry collections. You can see that in... I'll switch back to the other project. I don't hate it, Paxian, but I don't know. I don't know. So this is not a yes or no, but I don't know if precision platformer gamers want immersive sim elements. And I don't know if immersive sim players want precision platforming elements. Maybe one more than the other. I just don't know. But it's worth looking into because, like, we have these mechanics. Maybe we could marry them a bit. So over here, we've taken a mesh and we have fractured it using Chaos as fracture, and then we can manually trigger the destruction of that and how it handles the different pieces. Where did I put that? The prototype. Oh, that is a geometry collection. And we can throw that, open up the fracture, and we can actually see its different pieces. And we can continue to fracture it too. There's a lot of ways that you can set up a fracture. Of course, it looks weird when you actually have like a texture on the mesh. So if you're making like a super low poly game, there's a lot of benefit you can have to just keeping things like super simply materialed. Yeah, this is all done in Unreal. So we can take a, let's grab like a random ass mesh that we have. Where's a good one? Did we keep the barrel in the game? You know what we can do with one of these? So we can take this and we'll make a new fracture for it, and we'll just put it somewhere. I don't care where. And we can apply different fracturing types to that. So this is like a uniform fracture here. And we can determine how many parts to that fracture there are. So we can make it really detailed. We can combine different fracture types as well. Or like a planar, so we can slice this along a specific plane. As you can see here, and then we could mix that with like the slice one if we want. And now we have it sliced along them both. Does this destruction system come with UE? Yes. Yep, it's all built in. All built in. There's a lot of different ways you can trigger a fracture as well. You can do it manually, or you can do it with just like dropping it on the ground, for instance. I'm not very good at this, so I might mess it up or forget something. Damage threshold. We set it to 1 and drop it, I think it'll break. This is the geometry. That one slice is really weird. But yeah, it's all built in. And then it sits resting. You can tell it not to rest too, but it rests for performance reasons, of course. Plunk. You can also apply internal strain in your blueprints to fracture on demand. Yeah, and if you have like a geometry collection, you can manually call fracture as well, which is pretty cool. We can also tell the where's the remove once rested? Where am I missing that? Oh, sleep on remove. Remove on sleep. Sleep min max. We'll just leave it default. And once it breaks, then you'll start to see pieces get removed once they've stopped. They don't have enough velocity. As you can see there. I'll recommend to use your duplicate regular mesh until you need the fracture, then enable physics on it and fracture much more. Oh, that's nice to know. I don't know what I did for the timed platforms. I do not remember what I did for the ones that destroy here. We use the static mesh, and then once it's ready to actually destroy, we add the component. We can also then adjust the collision profile so that once it's fractured, it doesn't collide with the player. We update the rest collection, attach the component, then detach and crumble. Just so that we snap it to where it's supposed to be. So that way we are creating it on demand. Looks pretty good. What does crumble do? Can you show that? That crumbles the fracture. So you can manually call that in the blueprint to crumble the cluster. And I think you have different indices, but for mine I just have one index that's just the full fracture. Happy to pass it on. Next time you learn something, you can tell me. There is a way too that you can apply. This is not. I've only done this once, and I don't remember how I did it. There is a way that you can apply like a radial force component, and you could do an impulse. You'd have to set up the impulse though, and I forget how you do that. But that will allow you to then use, you could have a grenade blast applying the physics to those components too. Yeah, that didn't really work. Or it did, but I don't know. I did it in one project, but I forgot how I did it. Oh, yeah, you can kind of see it there. So you might have a grenade that fires that radial force and blasts something out. Just really low values. That's pretty fun. It's a little bit wild. Cool though. You can also bake fractures too. So if you have like a really complex fracture, you can bake the simulation and then run that back as a very, very much more performant option than like doing a runtime crumble like this. But definitely worth considering. We did that in the version of Decimation. Do I still have that project? Back when we were working on that? But then everybody who wanted to work on that stopped working on it, and I was the only one working on the game. You guys remember that? We were trying to make a spiritual successor to a PS3 game. And there were like tons of people that were interested in working on it. And then absolutely nobody worked on it. Except for me. I should have opened that up in 5.7. That was dumb of me. Good old classic, right? You finish it? No. No, because like nobody else was working on it. So I'm like, well, what's the point? Like, you know, you make a game with a scope that needs a team to work on it, but then like I can't do that myself. I mean, I could always go back to it. People were pretty harsh on the idea though. But I wouldn't mind going back to it in the future. The general premise, if you've never heard of the game, it's called Pain, and it was only on the PS3. And it was a game where you launched a character into a very densely, physically enabled world to just cause as much chaos and destruction as possible. There were lots of little like challenges and things you could do in it, but it was very much like just a fun arcade game that was just really fun to chain together destruction and unlock secrets in. You might know it. If you ever had a PS3, you might know it. My audio was a bit delayed though. But it was this game. Oh my god. It's big scope. It's not that bad. It would have its technical challenges. Seems harder than old GTAs. I disagree with that. I think it's mainly hard just from a technical perspective. But all the physics are already working in Unreal. And within a day, I was able to prototype the character launching, and I did remake the movement system that that the game had. I don't even know if it's still working though. See. I seem to remember there being a bug though. I don't remember if I fixed it. Do we even have a map for this? There was a level. Oh yeah, I made a little building generator too. I forgot that I made that. And that way we could easily generate buildings. It could be procedural, like absolutely could be. You just hook this up into the into PCG and it'll work. Oh yeah, it's only playable with gamepad. I could hook it up, I can see if it works. I got my gamepad here. Hopefully it's working. We'll see in the bottom right. Yes. It is working. So I did have like the launching enabled and the in-air, the movements once you landed, so you could apply impulses. That was all working correctly. I'd only worked on it for a couple days though, so this was just kind of what I made after a day. I've come a long way since then though. But we had enough to prototype, it's just we needed to build it. And get some like destruction in place. Add in some air control, that would have been nice too. So, you know, a lot of little prototypes like that just sitting around. Good work being done on them. I think there was some level with stuff blowing up. I don't remember where I put that though. There a market for such game for physics-based arcade games? Oh yeah. The market for that is big. Oh, I think it's this one. I think it's original test map. What's up, Kent? I would even say that the market for physics-based destruction games is larger than the market for Redlock. The market for a game like this would be pretty damn big. Let me launch that again. PS4 Windows. Scope of this versus Redlock? Redlock is bigger in scope. Definitely Redlock is bigger in scope. But they both have similar... They have technical challenges that are not the same, but they're both challenges that need to be solved. Put it that way. Yeah, I'd made some explosive barrels is what those are supposed to represent. My oof system doesn't seem to be resetting. Maybe I made the parameters too harsh on that for resetting. But we had the radial destruction here on display. I think looking pretty nice. You won't hit the explosive barrel. I'm like a pixel away from touching it. I shouldn't have placed those so far down. But this was just for testing. You know, I want to see, hey, can we do destruction? Can we do the character movement system? If so, that's pretty much the core of this game. And then we just build a level. We blow some shit up and we apply a score for it. Oh, there we go. Hell yeah. And that in-air movement. All working. Like it really was, a lot of it was just here and working and ready to go. Harder jumps than in Redlock. You should have seen some of the challenges that Pain on PS3 had. My god, was that... I don't even want to look at the stats for the trophies on that because that was back in the day when they would give you like, do this one thing that only 1 out of a million people could ever hit. It's some really cool maps though. Some really, really awesome maps. Is he hanging on to that? Did he manage to grab that? That's insane. You see that movement system. But you have to move far enough to get a regeneration of the what they call the ooch. You have to forgive the quality. This was back on the PS3. But if you ask me, and I know I'm nostalgic about this game, but if you ask me, would a game like this be popular nowadays? Fuck yes, it would. This is one of the best games to stream, I think, if it existed nowadays. But it's just nearly impossible to play We tried emulating it, but it was crashing a lot on the emulator. I would watch anything nowadays. The brain rot is stronger today than back then. Well, it's just like, all the clips of this game just make themselves. Just smack into some monkey. Crude humor. Grabbing onto some, you know, Tata. The classic hotel scene from the previous image, you could make this, you know, you could hit each individual letter and each individual letter would fall down. So, you know, you can make it say hotel oral sex if you wanted. Haha, very funny. Lots of crazy stuff you could do with it. The sounds were silly. The destruction was amazing. It was just good, simple fun with a lot of little secrets and things to do.
Nice one!
And lots of like little silly ways to score points. So I don't know. Maybe, like I said, maybe I got my rose-tinted glasses on for playing this game as a kid. But I really think it would be popular nowadays. Physics-based games have always been popular.
Nice!
The manhole. That's a gay club for sure. And you know, you can make some really big maps with this too. A lot of different ones. Oh, there's our video. 175 views on that. Did anybody actually leave like a... I forgot that I posted that online. No comments. 3 upvotes. Maybe somebody wants this game. Maybe somebody does. I mean, when you take a look at it, like, this is from 11 years ago. You know, you had Jacksepticeye play. Even on this video from 4 years ago, I think there's a lot of people that would be pretty open to seeing this come back. And a game honestly seems so good. All the stuff that was hard to do back then is trivial now. Yeah, like, physics are just... And blowing stuff up. Like, I made that. I'm not even somebody who's good at making that, and I was able to make it in a couple days. Fun, mindless game, especially with extra modes. The goat simulator of the PS3 era. Yeah, everybody remembers Burnout 3 destruction modes, or like, another good example is Skate, Hall of Meat. There was a slight audio delay from my end, so ignore that. And I know our original design included, we wanted to use the Hall of Meat bone breaking system mixed with pain. That's gross. Yeah. Damn, breaking every bone. But it's like you could just like flail around in such a silly way.
Ooh, the next one. Break 8 bones in 1 bale. Oh, I'm just now remembering. I think I've done this Hall of Meat in a video once because I remember how hard it was to break 8 bones in 1 bale. The skull, that's
and just the flopping around. It's so good. They're so simply designed, but they're great party games, right? I know. I'm pretty sure Hall of Meat and Pain both had like horse modes, where you would compete for like high scores. I mean, it just works. So yeah, would I like to get back to Decimation at some point? Absolutely. I would absolutely like to make that. I think there's an absolute market for it. The game is so easy to make, you know, ads for or like trailers of, because you just show the gameplay of destruction going on and then different game modes. You don't need any text or anything crazy about it. People mentioned Hall of Meat not being a thing in the latest Skate games are now dead. Yeah, they didn't bring back Hall of Meat, and I don't know why. Considering everybody has really fond memories of just playing Hall of Meat with their friends. I know Achievement Hunter did Hall of Meat too. You know, and they had millions of views back in the day with it.
Over here on this right side, I'm gonna see if I can get to it.
I suck at this. I've always sucked at it.
Suck a dick, I'm a shark.
I'm trash.
That is Gavin Free from Slow Mo, guys, by the way.
Oh shit.
You're wondering.
Oh, let's fucking do this.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Nice,
he's got
Jack.
the bounce.
How are you not paralyzed?
So, yeah, I think Pain would be popular. I think Pain would be popular. I think you could bring back Pain. Spiritual successor to Pain. Because Unreal just does so much of that out of the box days. We're getting so off track today. I apologize. But it's fun to talk about different games. You know, we talked about like Pain and Fat Princess yesterday. That was fun. That's another game that I think could see a bit of a revive, but not too sure about that one. Blood circulation physics? Well, doesn't Unreal now have, or they plan to make the... Yeah, they have Chaos Flesh. UE5 Chaos Flesh. Do not ask me anything about this. I have no clue how to use Chaos Flesh. I have nothing to do today. I'm done, Ibex. I'm done for today, so we can absolutely just chat about whatever. But yeah, there's a full Chaos Flesh system for like lots of cool different deformation. I guess they're using it for tires too, even. That's pretty cool. And that's working with chaos physics then as well. But this is just tires. Where's the horse that you guys showed? That wasn't like the Witcher 3 demo, wasn't it? Chaos Flesh Muscles.
Feels realistic and grounded. And there are also some really nice improvements to our Unreal Chaos Flesh Solver and these machine-learned deformations. So you've got realistic muscles moving and stretching under Kelpie's skin without compromising the performance.
I have no
there.
clue, Algorithm. But the nice thing about that is they can map that then to the skin, so you get really good skin movement on the on Mr. Horsey here. God, that horse looks nice. That horse looks so fucking good.
Realistic
I'm muting that. These things are overkill for games. In some of them, yeah. Unless your game is like, this is your hero model, right? Like you play as a horse. You might want to have something like this because that's key to your game's core. Should they spend budget? I don't know. I can't answer that. I'd rather they fix bugs and improve performance, but they have a lot of people. It's not like they're doing this and not doing the other thing too. It's just that they have multiple teams, each doing something different. You'd say you're not sure if players would appreciate this, but then, you know, people are appreciating like Red Dead Redemption 2 and what they did with their horses. So, I don't know. I don't know. I see both sides of the coin. Yeah. I agree with you though. I think there are some games where you don't need this, right? Do you need this in your indie game about, I don't know, jumping on a horse in like, you know, your fantasy game? Probably not. Probably not. It would be overkill. But if this is a horse game, maybe like a super realistic, you take care of a horse kind of thing and you can ride them and, you know, take them into tournaments or whatever they call them. Or some super realistic jousting game would be super fucking cool. Maybe you want that. Maybe you want that kind of detail, especially for like slow-mo. Yeah, horse girl game. Yeah, it's for Uma Musume. Technically, you could make really good-looking horse girls for Uma Musume. I more really like what they did with the nanite foliage in this. That was big to me. I don't know where they showed that though. Somewhere. Don't have anything interesting. Well, I have 2 separate YouTube accounts. Oh, I have multiple. But this is my work one. I don't know. I know that Chris Wilson has been making more videos too. He talks about game design a lot. Am I following Chris Wilson? He's been doing some cool stuff lately. Is Minecraft actually a hardcore action RPG? That'd be a fun one. Oh, he talked with the Grim Dawn developers. That's cool. Grim Dawn is a really fun game. Yeah, this is the guy from Grinding Gear. I think he left Grinding Gear though now. Chris doesn't post a whole lot though. He's not like Tim Kaine, who's just printing out amazing videos. Like his life depends on it. It was fun watching the Josh Strife Hayes video yesterday. That was fun. What does Jonathan Blow put out? I don't think I'm following Jonathan Blow. He's been pretty hard at work, hasn't he? So he hasn't done like a whole lot of design discussions or... He does some though. Jonathan Blow, if I ever talked to him though, he would go over my head. Without even trying. This guy knows what he's doing. Just tell Tim's just chilling in his mansion, sipping on his drinks. Actually, with him, I think it would be eating chocolate. He fucking loves chocolate. I don't know if there's any man in the world who's had more chocolate to eat than... There's some really good GDC talks too, but GDC talks are really, really long. Got some flack recently for some sexist comments. Jason Schreier report on it. I don't know how I feel about Jason Schreier reporting on anything. That guy doesn't have a good track record either. A good engineer loves puzzles. He does love puzzles. I like game devs. If you guys ever get to like, you know, like game design or like production stuff, I love watching people who make videos about that. Didn't Jason Schreier have some weird reporting? Especially like surrounding like Gamergate and stuff. I don't know anything about that shit. I don't want to talk about it. I might be confusing him for somebody else too. Indie Game Clinic? I don't think so. Any Austin makes fun videos. Maybe he'll make one about Redlock. Like following Redlock's pipes. You know what? That's what I'm going to do. We're going to make pipes that are so accurate and move around the facility correctly to the point that any Austin makes a video about Redlock pipes. That's what I'm going to do. Just to satisfy him. Gyms, zoos, and museums, your documentation should be in-game. I agree with that. I only recently started doing that, but I've had a lot of success putting in our platforming, like our mechanics level, into the game itself instead of having technical documentation. So I think both are nice. Uh-oh. Don't post that to Germany. More and more small developers are saving immersive sims. One day we will. One day we will. I love immersive sims. Heartbound? Isn't that Pirate Soft? Oh yeah. That is his video, or his game. I think people were saying how it wasn't getting updates anymore, but I'm pretty sure it's still getting updates. I'm not 100% on that. Oh, the Neo 3 demo came out. Oh, that would be fun to play. A big Neo fan. Heartbeat and tile. 0 people in game. "28 days ago got an update. A 30 kilobyte update. And then December 1st with 500 kilobyte update. I don't really see him working on this game that much anymore though. Like, didn't he used to stream development of Heartbound pretty frequently? And then he just stopped? I don't know anything about Pirate Software, to be honest. It is what it is. High Guard is not doing super well. But maybe it'll go up over the weekend. I remember when Kenshi came out. Kenshi was not the greatest game originally, but it had such a good premise. I'm happy to see that it's like stabilized and actually kind of grown in popularity since that time. Cool to see. They got a lot of owners of the game too. Oh, and that's running off of the Ogre rendering. Pretty cool. Mods help. Mods do make a big difference. I wonder when the mod for Bannerlord came out, the Shokuho one, because I wonder if that got a pretty big boost because of that. What's Ogre? It is a free, I believe, open source rendering engine. I think it's open source. I could be wrong about that. And you'd probably recognize some games that have used it. Torchlight 2 being a well-known one. But this is, you know, too advanced for me. But if you're making some simpler game or one that's like heavily stylized and doesn't need crazy rendering techniques, I think Ogre would be a really good way to deal with the rendering without having to make that yourself. But like I said, I don't know very much about it. I've been playing this a lot. I've been playing Bannerlord like crazy. I've got a couple of, I know some people who work at Tail Worlds, and I try to meet up with them whenever we're both at a convention center. Really nice dudes, very knowledgeable and very, very chill. I have not tried the Warhammer mod. Recently I've been playing the Feudal Japan one. And I've been in love with that. I didn't know that there was a Warhammer one. I'm playing this one. I have played War Tales Ogrim. Really fun game. This has been great. This has been amazing. That came out in June, huh? I would bet this bump here was likely the release of that. This has a lot of ratings. This has 8,000 ratings. If I were to compare that with my own mod, maybe I can see how many people we expect. So mine has about 1.3 thousand with total unique subscribers of 53. So I bet that I would bet that probably over 250, maybe 300 or 400,000 people have downloaded and played Shokuho, which is pretty crazy. About to dive into a co-op with my friend this Sunday. Any pro tips? I can only say, Ogrim, that I've heard the co-op is not as fleshed out as it probably should be. Because I was going to play with my wife, but I think only one person... I think the co-op is only during battle. I don't know for sure, though. I could be wrong. Buckle up, get ready to crash. Is it that bad? I hope it works well. Shut up, Rex. What the fuck do you know? Or the opposite? What the fuck? Yeah, maybe it's fixed. I don't know. That could have just been at the time that I was looking into it, and maybe they've improved it. Play with my wife too? No. I did enjoy this a lot when I played it, though. I did really like it. The combat's a lot of fun. Yeah, maybe they improve things with one of these updates or something. I recently did a pretty full playthrough of Grim Dawn again. Holy shit, have they made... They just keep improving this game. It's wild. But shout out to Crate Entertainment. Such a fun ARPG. With really good DLC. Not many games release multiple DLC and all have very positive reviews for them. Just the PoE like. I like the term, yeah. Yeah, it's the PoE like. It's really good. It's very fun. The Neo 3 demo just came out too. I've played the first two games, but I only finished the first one. Oh! Fish Mommy. I love their like creature and character design. Wait, didn't we play the demo for this back when it was on console? I think I did play the demo for this already, actually. This series has a really cool like stance switching system where you have weapon types and then you can switch between low, medium, and high stance, and you get different abilities from that, and it works really well. Lots of cool different ways to play it. But I think I did play the demo. 7 days the game's coming out, wow. Maybe I should play it. Oh, it's $70 though. That scares me. Is there any gameplay we can watch? Neo 3 gameplay. First 44 minutes. Oh yeah, because it came out on PS5, didn't it, already? Am I crazy? No, it's just somebody's uploaded the entire first part of it already. I guess maybe like there were like some review copies or early copies given out to content creators with no embargo. First 37 minutes. Played by IGN. Oh. Yeah, I really like Neo 1 and 2. They're really, really cool games. This is probably in English, though. I don't really want to listen to the English, the English voice acting for a Japanese game. Kind of weird for me. I don't know if I'm the only one like that. Wait, is it? Oh no, it's not. Nice. Okay, but if we watch them like this, I gotta reset my capture card. So the audio's not messed up. Oops. Uh-oh. Leaked. That's better. It looks so it just seems to be getting like so much more smoother with each iteration of the game.